Oh my god, look at this wallpaper. Woo! Yo! Okay. My day's doing pretty okay, Lucas. Thank you for asking. And I hope you're gonna have a chill one as well. Hell yeah. What's a bit different? I think this is a fan art. This looks dope. Abby Beb. This song's too much of a jammer. Alright. How you guys doing? Hello, hello. Well, I'm actually still cleaning up my table. I was doing some stuff earlier. Been recording some song. It's been pretty fun. It's been a quite a while since I got myself busy with some music and stuff. So it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Hope you guys are doing chillio on this Friday night. Or, day, depends on where you at right now. Especially NA peeps. NA! Never feel happy. Okay. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, how you guys doing? Hello, hello. What's up, what's up? Hey, what's up, Dave? How you doing? Ah, Friday night, boys. Friday night. Goddamn, goddamn. Oh my god. I wouldn't say that my Friday night was the chill one. It's not the chillest one, but you know, it's aight. It's aight. Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, it got cancelled. Fuck. Ah. I smacked my wrist so well. Very pog. Nice. Cool. Hell yeah. Alright. I actually just really want to play some. Just really want to play some Elden Ring right now, but I wanna chill out a little bit. Can check out some stuff. See if there's anything interesting, anything new. To get up to date with all the things in the world, all that kind of stuff. You know. Might have dislocated. What the fuck? I'm pretty sure you're gonna feel it if you actually dislocated it. You know what I mean? You know. Hmm. The fuck? The House of the Dead remake? Only on Nintendo Switch? Bro. That's fucked up. Dash fucked up, bruh. Okay, sorry about that. What the fuck is going on with my feed? Was it filled with so much random shit? What the fuck is this? Biblically accurate angels animation. I never subbed to this guy. What is this? Oh my god, not that one. Alright, now I see why this went viral. Jesus fucking Christ. If that's the reality, I think hell is not such a bad idea after all. If that's what angels look like in heaven. Yeah, I don't know about that one, man. That looks like some Devil May Cry final boss or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Be not afraid suddenly makes a lot more sense. This actually looks really fucking cool though. This guy's supposed to be like a 3D artist. Oh, some kind of a 3D artist, okay. He's doing a lot of fucking Marvel shit. Oh, you guys also got it, huh? Let's see. Dash cool. Oh, Austin McConnell's new video. I'll read that later. What the fuck was that? That was actually a really interesting thing though. To be honest with you guys, the fucking that interpretation of the whole biblical angel shit I've seen it for the first time on Kirby game. I know that sounds weird. I don't think it's a spoiler, but one of the boss fight in Kirby is that guy. Yeah. It's interesting. Oh, I mean the one you sent. What is this? Oh!
Oh my goodness.
No such thing as a free turkey leg.
She would come out periodically to nibble on my ankles.
Rhea farming safe? What is this?
Oh my goodness. Heck, he doesn't even mind if I sit on him. Take a look at this. Okay, moving this 20-foot panel all by myself. I got a little DaBaby here following me. Uh-oh, looks like DaBaby made it out. But welcome back to the Urban Rescue Ranch, everyone. This is me, Uncle Ben, and this is my son, name of DaBaby. DaBaby, what are you doing over
DaBaby.
here? This place is just chock full of little dangers for you, boy. You could break your leg on just about all of this. I went ahead and stored all this stuff back here. Now this is all the fencing I have. It's all
This guy's voice
organized.
very
Okay,
soothing.
I'm gonna go ahead and lift him up so he doesn't trip and break his leg on this. Man, this is incredibly nerve-wracking. Okay, how about you go back into that pasture where you belong? One cannot help but gaze into the deep and wise but thoughtless eyes of DaBaby while shaking his hand. Also, he kicked me right here in the no-no spot. This is the first time I ever got kicked by DaBaby where it actually genuinely hurt me. Oh my God. And now you may just be thinking, wow, big deal, Uncle Ben. DaBaby kicked you and it hurt for the first time. But this is actually a very big milestone in our relationship because I assume over the next year and a half, DaBaby is going to get increasingly harder and harder to spar with. But this is absolutely necessary as the whole goal of having DaBaby here is to educate you guys on what it's like to live with a large adult kangaroo and train him to fight Jake
It's so
Paul.
cute.
Also, an important part of being DaBaby's mom means that I need to go ahead and spar with him every now and then to make sure that he's strong and developing well. I also like to give him little kisses on his hand here, see? And it's amazing to look back and think of the old videos where he was just a tiny little shriveled up bean sitting in a sack hanging from my doorknob, only to come out every now and then to suck from a small bottle. Also, I'm very, very thankful that we found Queen a little while ago because she has just been a joy for me,
Doggy.
Proudest, and Morgan, who defends
And
her with
ducks.
her life. See, I told you. Also, Morgan will protect Queen with her life and fly after her and help her chase off coyotes and predators all night. Also, thanks to Matt and my money, we finally have a water line in the back. Oakley dokley. Now I'm going to go ahead and put out this corn right here at the edge of the property. I know that we have tons of rabbits and deers and coyote back here, so I'm going to go ahead and set a lot of corn out so that we can get some in. And then I'm going to go ahead and set a trail camera right on this little tree here. Or actually, I'm going to set it on this tree. That way it's going to look out in this direction. So when we get deer coming in here, little boys coming in here.
Is this channel supposed to be like a farmer daily vlog shit? Or, you know?
Guys, this is Kevin. I got
Oh, it's like a rescue. Okay, this is cool. I kinda like this.
Okay, as you can see, I got it.
This
out
video is
here,
like
out
good
here,
vibes.
Here. They like to walk along the tree line here, so they should be able to come up here, see all this nice corn, and every animal, even dogs and coyotes, are going to come up here, start nibbling on us. We might get to see some armadillos.
Coyotes like
wild
corns?
hogs. Should
I didn't
be
know
very
that.
Epic. So I'm going to go ahead and buy a trail cam, put it right here. We should be
How
ready
do they
to go.
specifically
Ever
only
since we put
eat
in this little
meats?
ramp, these animals have just loved coming in here, and they're very, very happy now. Hogs and Queen like to just fight in the barn at night. I think all of the pigs are in there as well. Oh, the pigs are in the kennel. They probably feel more comfortable in there because they've been kennel trained. But take a look at this, you guys. Everything's starting to look really good. I still need to light up this corner. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, but I'll figure it out. Of course, little Poppy's down there. As you can see, she's doing really, really well. This is her little corner, her little nook. It's nice to keep this little corner here dark too for Poppy. But as you can see, the pigs feel comfortable being in the barn now. Now they've just been sleeping in here every night. And they love the hay. It's really fun to just come over here and lay down with this boy and sit on him. Heck, he doesn't even mind if I sit on him. Take a look at this. A little bit of a grunt, but that's okay. Not a big deal. I had to leave in here earlier today because she got out and she's been
Is that a
hanging out
gopher?
on the couch all day. She would come out periodically to nibble on my ankles, but she wouldn't let me pick her up to put her back in the cage. Big Ounce kept escaping, as you saw in the video, because he knows how to jump up here and then pull himself up with his upper arm strength. So I moved out all
Dude,
the
they're
rest
so
of the chips here and put in a
cute.
fresh batch for him. That way he's not jumping right out. But
Oh
sorry
my
about that. I
God.
didn't mean to trap you. Oh, there she goes. Well, sometimes you gotta abuse their trust a little bit. Also, this dang cat that you guys saw in the last video keeps coming by my house, so I'm using this turkey leg to catch her. I think this cat's a hungry little boy, so far I've been giving him chicken hearts. Yesterday I put this turkey leg out here and he just took it off the porch. Now I'm paying
A
for a
cat?
Ring subscription so I can see the videos when they're saved.
Take it as a
this
pet.
cat for a while now, and I know a lot of you guys are going to be like, "Oh, Uncle Ben, why didn't you take this cat and keep it and give it all kinds of kisses and bring it into your house and all this other stuff?" Yeah, I could do that, but I got prairie dogs and a little duckling in there, okay? And you don't even know about the duckling yet. But also, look at this. I can't have the cat on the property because it's going to kill the baby with toxoplasmosis. But as you can see,
Oh yeah,
starting to get in there, starting to crawl in there. Look at this. Look at this dumb
Cat have a
little stupid, adorable little dumb bean. Look at this little guy. Oh yeah, he's gonna drag that. Yeah. Oh, you thought you were gonna drag that out of there. Little did he know I was screen recording this entire thing from my kitchen. Fortnite dance.
And here he is, guys. This is my new cat. Very cute.
That's a big cat.
He definitely has fleas, so I'm not bringing him into the house. We are going to be relocating him or bringing him to a shelter. But this is 100% a feral cat, you guys. This is a feral cat that has lived in the woods for a while.
Me and the boys when a tree could destroy our water line.
Surprise!
Feral cat is going to be really hard to
It's really only been a couple days.
domesticate
Here's
it.
Karen's second egg.
Most of the time, you just better off just let them be. Because feral cat, they've been away from humans for fucking years. I mean, you can kind of like tame them, but it's gonna take shit ton of effort. Most of the time, you can just have a friendly feral cat.
Beautiful, beautiful boy. Better luck next time, Kevin. I think Kevin just realized that I took his egg, so now he's getting really angry. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Urban Rescue Ranch. As you can see, we have Tank here and this adorable little Kevin guy who's just not attacking Tank but wants to kill me. But as you can see, take a look at these little guys. I think
The usual day. Tank just want to kill me.
down here. Yup, there's a little baby.
Oh my god, so schmoy.
Baby that you had, Mama.
The duckling so schmoy.
Little baby.
Look at him.
Oh my goodness. Stay under your mother. It sounds like Tank is getting attacked.
Schmoy.
What? What? He can't. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't even hurt. Look. Look. It's not that bad.
Oh!
Actually, quite a bit. Go. Get out.
Oh, that looks
Get out.
painful.
Go. I guess that was a little bit of a bleeder.
Okay. Jesus.
I'm gonna go ahead and take the rest of these, put them in an incubator, and then get the other little guys in a brooder so they have
Dude, it got
tan.
fucking skin just like got pulled so hard. It looks like it's about to rip off. Holy shit. This guy have a...
Ladies, go thank Tank on his Insta.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
But yep, that's it, because Poggers and Queen love to jump up and eat the light bulbs. Look at that beautiful moon, though.
It ain't much.
Look at that full moon.
It ain't honest work.
Look at this little boy. Just to show you guys, literally all of the animals like using this little ramp that we built, and it works really well for all of them, even the baby. Oakley dokley, guys.
the
I just
dog
went
is
ahead
so
and put
cute.
up the rest of these string lights. Now everything is nice and lit up. The chickens are all in there. They got their food and their water. The tarps are covering everything really well. I'm gonna go ahead and take off this nasty little white tarp here because it just doesn't look good.
I wish I could have like
And the
a
animals are
big
pretty
farm
bad at
like this.
distinguishing which food is for them
But I know
and
I won't be able to dedicate
For
my
example, Queen
a
will
lot
bark
of
at
time
these
into
guys
this.
because they're eating the baby's food, and the baby doesn't know whether or not that's his food, so he just sits there. See? And the pigs are eating this feed when they're supposed to be eating this feed, and it's all right there. I don't know why they're not eating it. So ultimately, if you're going to have this type of biodiversity on your farm, you really need to go ahead and separate the animals, especially whenever they're eating. Okie doke. I went ahead and set up a temporary little brooder setup for these little ducklings. I know we have one. I'm going to go ahead and take this duckling because it's going to be safer in my brooder than with his mom. Where are you, buddy? And it looks like this one might not hatch out. I might need to put this other one that's peeping in an incubator. Let's take a look. Are you still alive? Probably not. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take these two little guys and put them in the incubator. Okay, there he is. I'm gonna go ahead and give him some food and water. Hopefully he'll survive, but he's shaking a lot, so we're gonna have to really just keep an eye on him.
Oh
And as
no.
for this guy, I do not think that he made it. All right, you guys, this is the setup. This is really the best one can do for a natural
That's
hatch like
life.
that. Part of the reason why Muscovy ducks are so invasive is because they can hatch things throughout the year. But sadly, a lot of the ones that hatch in the winter don't necessarily make it. All right, everybody.
Sad.
I am finally done. I took that nasty
Hello.
white tarp
What a
off
pain.
there so you can see everything from here. And then also I have this nice little blue pool here for the ducks whenever I can finally wrangle them up and get them back in here. The chickens are all in their respective little coops that I made. As you can see, we got 5 hens in here and only 1 egg. Kind of cringe, TBH. I am going to set up my new fire pit right there in the middle. Also, I was advised to cut this tree down because eventually these roots... Hey, no. The roots of this tree will eventually mess with the new line. I'm gonna have 1 spigot right here. I'm gonna have water going from there all the way to the back here where I can water all these things. I can water up this little pool here, and I can even have water going into here. Sure is nice to have roosters crowing on my property again. And from this spot, I only need 300 feet of hose to get it to the way back of the property. So if I want to have animals way back there, I can do it. These guys are obviously enjoying this nice little pond with the ramp. And it looks like we got another egg in
His
here.
accent is very specific, but I can't tell what it is.
The other pigs are somewhere sleeping or wandering around the property.
You guys know this accent?
Right here in this adorable little corner. And little Poppy is just right here hanging out. Is that a baby? Oh my gosh.
His face shots I know.
Well, you guys. It looks like Poppy has some babies. Oh my goodness, you guys, take a look at that. Oh. Okay, I feel like I really
Wait, is that
need to be
a
careful here and say
a
this,
possum?
you guys. I'm really happy and surprised, but I really need to emphasize to you guys that Poppy is a wild animal. She can leave here whenever she wants. This is not an enclosed space for her. She can leave through that little gap. She can leave through gaps in there. She can go wherever she wants. Last time Poppy was pregnant, all of her babies passed away. Poppy is 3 years old now, which means that she's probably only going to live to be a year more tops. I simply leave this thing here.
Possum only lives up to 4 years.
Open, okay? I put a little food in here for my dogs, and I provide a little bit of water in here. Again, this is for the ducks, the dogs, whoever wants it. It would seem that Poppy, even during that terrible ice storm and the freeze and everything else, has just been having a bunch of little babies in her pouch. Also, Poppy takes all the rotten eggs that I have on the property. So if there's ever just an egg that's been laid that's clearly not going to get eaten, I just give it to her. But yeah, guys, Poppy is not my pet. She is 100% a wild animal. I don't advise you feed wild animals, but it's not illegal to do so. If Poppy wants to leave, she can leave whenever she wants. The cage door is open.
Is that a possum?
But I'm gonna go ahead and
I can't
take her
tell.
back and incubate it. I'm
It's
not
very
gonna bother Poppy with
barely.
the babies, because again, she's a wild animal. I'm certainly not in a rush to do that. As for this mother, I'm gonna let her hatch these little babies out for the next few days. After that, I'm gonna pick her up and put her in the coop as well. She really is the best mother alive. That's it for now, though. Good night to baby, my handsome little man. Here you go. Give me a little handshake,
baby.
please. A little handshake. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. A little handshake. Look at this little guy trying to find
The kangaroos are so
the
cute.
others. But that is a very welcome surprise. I have no idea who knocked.
I paused the same this time. Kangaroos is like muscular dogs. Like very muscular dogs. I don't know if that's like scary or not. Well, I'm pretty sure they can do quite a fatal damage if they want to. Like, you know what I mean? They're pretty scary, man. Kangaroos counts as wild animals, right? I'm pretty sure they do. I'm not sure what's going on though. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Alright, what else? What else do we got here, boys? Boys. Ooh, ice cream sandwich, new video. Pizza topping tier list. Oh my god.
Do you think French fries
This is gonna be an interesting. You know, talking about tier lists, I remember my friend told me to do a Dark Souls related tier list on stream and see how many people are gonna get triggered. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about it. Alright. I don't know if I want to do it though. It's gonna spark some fucking war in the chat. Alright.
Do you think French fries on top of pizza would taste good or bad? One time, me and my friends wanted to make some custom pizzas outside of your normal like pepperoni and mushroom and whatever else. When we were hanging out, we went to the grocery store to get whatever ingredients we wanted to make our own custom pizzas. I siphoned the creative spirit from the ether and I thought, ooh, you know what? I've never had French fry pizza. It's salty and salty. I bet nobody's
French fries on a pizza. Why?
ever done this before. And in true American spirit, I combined 2 existing foods into one sinful abomination. It tasted really bad. It's just the essence of bad in my mouth. I want to go home. F stands for fries. Hello, I think my channel is lacking in pizza-based content, so I'm here to rectify that. How are you doing? Hey, don't touch those. I need those for the video. You are to sit here and watch and accept all my opinions as fact. Stop. Okay, let's begin. I'm going to stick with whatever Domino's has as their toppings because I think that's a good baseline, the French fries being the only exception. I just added that one to warn people. Olives. And when it comes to pizza toppings, I find I become very excited about olives. Olives are jam-packed with salt, but I'm not eating pizza to be healthy, so the closer we can get to stopping a horse's heart, the better. Best paired with pepperoni or something equally salty. Both green and black olives do indubitably go hard. Green tastes saltier than black, so S for green and A for black. I think that's pretty good. Spinach. Call me crazy, but I like me some greens.
Dude,
Gives
spinach
me
are
a kind of
fucking
like a
nice.
healthy vibe to what otherwise would stop a horse's heart. It doesn't go hard, but it does go
Okay,
rigid.
it's
So loose
B.
B, firm A. So I think I'm just gonna round up to A because it can
Okay.
also just go on pizza without anything.
I can
else.
get-
It's
I can
gonna be
go with
good.
that.
By the way, this is baseline pizza. Normal hand tossed with red sauce, no stuffed crust. Also, you might be happy to hear this, but there's no sponsorship segments in this video.
Oh,
Crazy. No, you know we've all been there,
Okay.
eating pizza, but also concerned about your online privacy at the same time. Wow, do I have a deal for you? NordVPN is a VPN.
NordVPN!
And it's good for security. For the internet. Need to watch shows in different countries? Need to access certain blocked content while traveling abroad?
Do you need to access the dark web?
Well, NordVPN
What?
has your back. They have encryption
Huh?
so good it'll make you say, oh, that's pretty good. With NordVPN, you might not be able to keep me from breaking and entering, but you'll be secure online. Foil hackers with this one neat trick. Hackers hate her. I hate you so much. It's buying NordVPN. Go to nordvpn.com/icecreamsandwich to get a 2-year
What are you
plan plus
ranking?
1 dish.
I might rank some Dark Souls stuff. I don't know what yet. I've already ranked Dark Souls boss. I mean Dark Souls game. I might rank Dark Souls boss.
Month with a huge
That could be
discount.
fun.
It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Oh my god! Thank you NordVPN for sponsoring this
I once
video.
witnessed an
I mean, this
Italian
party
kid
sucks.
ordering
What if
fries pizza in
someone
Italy.
cool would come and
Yikes.
like make it better, like yo pepperoni.
Pepperonis!
How could this not be S tier? It's so good that in some cases it's better to have it alone rather than adding other things that could make it worse. Worse! You get a pass if you're vegan or vegetarian, but
Is
who
Buzzbot
doesn't
dead?
like pepperoni? That by itself is the biggest red flag. Onions. I enjoy onions on pizza. This is what I imagine someone who likes onions on their pizza looks like.
God damn it.
You can't
He's
tell,
dead
but they're
again.
very funny and likable. It's an A tier. There you go. Ham. So, I like ham, but context matters, and ham on pizza is just okay. Of all the proteins, ham falls pretty far down on the list, but it's still, like, way above other proteins, like ants. So,
Huh?
you just won't see me picking ham as my first choice. Hi, I hope I'm not taking
Oh,
up
by
too
the
much
way-
of your time, but...
By the way, I got the ha in the ha emote. I replaced it with something else that I prefer. You guys can give it a try.
You just won't see me picking ham as my first choice. Hi, I hope I'm not taking up too much of your time, but I'm a pizza salesman, and I was wondering if you'd like to purchase some of my ham pizzas. Oh, do you have any other kinds of pizzas? We have Italian sausage pizza.
Huh?
It's fine. I put Italian sausages in the same tier because neither of them excite me. Both earn their place in C pretty firmly. I'm not
What is
upset-
that? Italian what? Italian sausage?
Fine. I put Italian sausages in the same tier because neither of them excite me. Both earn their place in C.
Italian
pretty firmly.
sauces?
I'm not upset with them. I just think that they could be better. Bacon is always good, except the time that there was that bacon chocolate fad. People were like,
Ew!
wow, it's surprisingly good. It's so surprising. It wasn't. It was bad, objectively. And that's coming from me, a human garbage can. I'll eat anything, even like 3-day-old Taco Bell. But bacon is not made for chocolate. We should have put that on the satellite we shot into space. But it is good on pizza. B. Chicken. Love me some chicken. It's good flavor, it's good
Chicken, let's
rice,
go.
if someone brings chicken to the party, it's about to be a good time. That's an A tier.
Yes.
Nana purple. Ooh, what's this? It's
Huh?
mushroom pizza. Like just mushrooms? Yeah. I'm not gonna defend myself. Get out of here. Pineapple Revisited. I have made claims that I don't think pineapple pizza is that bad, but upon revisiting that thought, I've had some other thoughts. I haven't had any pineapple pizza since, and I think there's a really good reason for that. It's just really not good. Tonight at 5, an exclusive interview with a guy just catching up with something we all already knew. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think pineapple on pizza is very good. Incredible. More at 5. And then the rest I've never had, because why would I? Hot buffalo sauce? What does this look like, a buffalo to you?
That's so short. Oh, he's eating the pizza. Nice. Dude, I think pineapple on pizza is alright. It is definitely not the best, but it's alright. Yeah, it's alright. It's not good. It's not bad. Like, if someone would buy a pizza, bring it to the party, and they offer it to me, I would eat it. You know, am I gonna order one? That's a different story. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Hello, nerds. What's up, Saints? How you doing? Better than no pizza? True. Huh? True. Okay. I don't know if we actually want to do this. This is probably gonna violate so many people. Okay. Where is it? They even link me the tier list. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. By default? Ah, what do you mean? What the fuck? Why is this so messed up? Is this supposed to be like this? Dude, I can barely see the text. Okay, well, I lied. I kind of see it. I mean... What is this yellow one? What the f... I cannot see the text! Flame Lurker? Is this Demon Souls? I don't play Demon Souls. Shit. I don't know anything about it. I'm assuming that's Demon Souls. Yeah, Old King Allen. Yeah, I think that's Demon Souls. I remember that guy. Okay, I don't play Demon Souls, so I'm not gonna rate that. Okay. Dude, there's so many. What the fuck? Why is it not in order? It would be easier if it's like in order, like Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2. If you guys find a better tier list, let me know. This is I don't know. This is a little bit messy. All right. Oh, we gotta start with Dark Souls 2, huh? Alva the King's Pet. This one. Wait, I don't remember. Wait, I remember. Okay, this boss is boring. Hold up, let's just do it like this. I can show you guys like a very quick video of the boss. So if you guys haven't played the game, you guys can get some idea of what the boss looks like. This boss is alright, in my book. Jesus, Dark Souls 2 looks so bland in UI. Yeah, this guy I remember. This guy, I don't even remember him. It's how skippable this guy is. There's nothing interesting about Ava. A little bit forgettable. I'm gonna put him in. I'm gonna put this guy in D. You know, it's not bad. I mean, yeah, this is a very boring fight. Damn, is this how Dark Souls looks like? Wow! I don't remember Dark Souls looks this old. God damn. Elden Ring's very good looking game. God damn, okay. Wait, hold up. Let me change the song real quick. Alright. Abyss Watchers. Okay, this fight are fucking sick. These guys are sick as fuck. It's like probably one of the coolest boss fights. Let's watch the cutscene. God damn, so ominous. Oh, so cool! That is such a cool introduction. Yeah, the fights are pretty cool. It's nothing amazing, but it's definitely one of the best ones. Because you're just not gonna fight him. You got friends. I remember how fun this boss fight is. Yeah, just for that, because they're such a cool bunch of, you know, emo Artorias followers with very cool backstory and cool movesets as well. This is actually one of like the cool boss in the game. Damn, this dude doesn't take a lot of damage. Yeah. Abyss Watcher, I mean, I feel like the one thing that make them really cool is the presentation. The fight is basically just a bunch of them. That's what makes it unique. I'll put in B. Moving on, Aldia. Oh, this is the DLC boss. Aldia. Okay, let's skip the lore bullshit. Aldia's, you know, yeah. It's an interesting one. You know what this reminds me of? The fucking... What's his name again? I forgot. Oh, thank you, Sudo. Dark Souls looks like shit even for its time. Partially what threw me off for playing it. I mean, Dark Souls 1 looks pretty good on console at a time. On PC it looks meh. Dark Souls 2, Definitely an upgrade, but not too much. I feel like it peaked on Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3. In terms of like, oh, now they're making good looking graphics. You know what I mean? Like even until now. Okay, Aldea. Yeah, interesting boss fight, was a little bit on the boring one. I'm gonna put them on D. Aldrich. Okay, this. Now this is interesting. This one is definitely one of the memorable one. Oh yeah. This dude, especially the level as well. The music's so good. I wouldn't say it's a very challenging boss. His move's very easy to dodge most of the time once you learn their moveset. But it's a very cool looking boss. Oh, so cool, man. Yeah, like, you guys probably noticed the moveset is just like... That's all. That's all the movesets that Aldrich do. But you cannot deny that he got a very cool design as a boss. The whole crown and the fucking dark imbued spear. Oh. Yeah, Aldrich definitely got a really cool presentation. Boss fight, not that memorable. I'm gonna put in B. Yeah. I might change this, but I'm gonna put him on B for now, like a Biz Watcher. These two are pretty memorable, but their fight is okay. Ancient Dragon. Oh boy. This one... I mean... Oh yeah, I forgot. It doesn't even have like a voice or vocal. It's like when Voldemort's talking to like some snakes, random snakes, like. Oh, I mean Harry Potter. All right. Like, if you guys play Elden Ring and you fight a lot of dragons, this is probably like one of the inspiration of those dragons. But in a smaller scale. Right? You see what I'm talking about, right? I mean, again, like, I don't think you can do much with dragons in the first place. Especially if it's just like some basic dragon. God, the electric visual effects look so scuffed. Yeah, this boss fight is whatever, man. Yeah, the only thing that's why I don't put in F is because it's one of a kind. Yeah, it's one of a kind. Ancient Wyvern. Ooh. This one, I mean, wait, where is he? This is like one of the unique introduction. This guy looks so cool though. Like, it's very epic. The vibe that it brings. You gotta walk around, all this shit. Now you guys might notice, why is the player running away from the dragon? Well, good question. And yeah, that was the fight. I'm gonna be honest, like I said, the presentation of the boss, when it presents itself to you, it felt very epic. I'm not gonna lie, when it like arrived, it's like, holy shit, we gotta fight this guy, holy! And then you start hitting his feet, you literally do like 10 damage, 15, and you're like, you're starting to question yourself, like, am I supposed to beat this guy? Like, what the fuck? Like, it took me like quite a bit until I figured out what am I supposed to do. I don't know. I'm gonna put it an E. It got nice presentation. The fight is more of like a puzzle solving rather than like an actual fight. Presentation's really fucking good. D. I'm gonna put it in D just for that. Just for that. All right. Give it a bit, chat. Give it a bit. Sometimes in a Souls game, it's not all about, you know, R1 R2 rolling timing. Sometimes it's about puzzle solving. All right. Okay. All right. Ooh, this is the first one. That is not Dark Souls. Armored Warrior from Sekiro. Okay, I don't know if I want to show this. Okay, I'm gonna just show a little bit. I'm not gonna show you guys how to defeat him, because it's a very interesting boss fight. And I highly recommend Sekiro. It's one of my favorite. Look at the damage this dude deals. This is definitely one of the coolest one. Wow. Okay, I'm not gonna show the rest. I mean, do you guys want to see the rest of the fight? Okay, let me ask real quick here. Does any of you guys care about spoiler about any of this game? Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro. Is any of you guys planning to play any of these? Honestly, just Sekiro. Because this one is an interesting one. Alright, if you don't wanna if you don't wanna get spoiled by this fight, close your eyes for like 30 seconds. Three, two, one. Oh. Bam. And that's the only way you can kill him. That's why, you know, if you were playing Sekiro or something like that, this would be, because it took me a while. I tried to fucking finish him a couple times. He just don't want to die. That's the only way to kill him. Interesting boss, one of a kind, and he screams Robert at the end. Very sad. I'm gonna put him in C. Really fun one. Really fun character. Really fun boss. Took me a while to figure out how to kill him. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Ah, yes. I'm pretty sure even if you don't play Dark Souls, I'm pretty sure everyone know this fucker. Even if you don't play, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's not watch the fucking guide, bro. Okay, Shirako. Oh, the remastered one? Damn, this game fucking dark as shit. I forgot. Oh, so fucking iconic. Asylum Demon. The tutorial of Dark Souls 1. This is the dude that makes a lot of people refunded the game back in the day. Because this is the tutorial. Pretty basic. It's a tutorial boss. It's a straightforward. A lot of the meme back then, it was like, if you cannot, or like, you know, if you're struggling to fight this guy, most of the time you're gonna refund the game. Iconic. I love him. He's fucking cool. A little bit boring on the gameplay side, because I mean, it's a tutorial boss, so nothing special, but pretty iconic. I'm gonna put it in C. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I forgot this guy exists. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys never played Dark Souls 1, I present to you the infamous Bat of Chaos. No, it's not done yet. Calm down. I know it looks dumb. Calm down, it's not done yet. There we go. Now this is where start getting interesting. He went to the wrong way. If you fought this guy for the first time, you're gonna be so annoyed. Very annoyed. Really annoying boss fight. What the fuck? I never used a bow in this fight. Interesting. Okay. I actually have to parkour. Wow. Yeah, that's right. Second cutscene. Alright. For the sake of you know, appreciating the very shameful boss fight in this game, I'm not gonna show you guys how to kill him. It's very embarrassing. Bed of Chaos. It's a love and hate relationship for so many Souls players. I love him for the meme. But I don't enjoy him. I don't enjoy him at all. I'm sorry. Alright, moving on. Belfry Gargoyles. Dude, I keep fucking closing the fucking YouTube video. This dude. I mean, it's like one of the, you know, iconic Dark Souls gargoyle stuff. They have this guy in Dark Souls 1, they have this guy in Dark Souls 2. I don't remember if they have this guy in Dark Souls 3. Very annoying fight. A lot of people hate this fight. Rather than a boss, this feels like you're just fighting a bunch of a little bit over-leveled mobs. That hit sound. Yeah, I mean, what you see is what you get here. Yeah, it's not even worth watching. The rest of the fight's gonna be like this. I don't. Yeah, stay down there. Now, this, guys, is the original of that guy. But he got a cutscene. And he looks a little bit cooler. Look at that. That's such a cool gargoyle design. Dude, all the boss fight music ingrained in my head. Holy shit. Oh, and you can cut their tail for a weapon. And then you fight two of them. But in most cases, you can kill one of them pretty fast, and it's just gonna be an easy fight. It's like one of the earliest boss fight. Wait, what? It paused itself. Is this hitting hard? Yes, true. but they don't have a lot of moves. So once you get used to them, and since they're a pretty early boss fight, they only do like what? I think they only have 4 moveset. Swipe, punch, slam, and then uppercut, I think, which is the rarest one. Well, apart from the fire one. They're okay. Not really insulting boss fight. But, you know, it's an okay, very forgettable, but since it's like a tutorial boss. Not really, but it's like one of the early boss fight that you're gonna encounter, kind of thing. I'm gonna put him in D. DS1 Cursed Lizard is S tier. We'll get there. Burn Ivory King. Another... Wait, this one's DLC, right? This is another DLC boss. This one, I'm gonna be honest, very cool design. The concept of the boss is pretty fucking sick. Let's just watch. Oh, so fucking cool. It's such a cool concept. But it's also one of those boss fight where you have to fight multiple soldiers, kind of thing. And there's like an interesting part where you can bring your own soldiers. It's a very unique boss encounter, for sure. Like, you're just doing this fucking soldiers fighting bullshit thing, right? Let's skip a bit. You gotta kill all of them. Bada bing, bada boom. And then, once you kill all of them, the main star arrives. God damn, those... It's so cool. It's so epic. Vroom. God damn, this is like some fucking Darth Vader type of thing. Look at this guy. Whoa. And then the soldier spawns in again. I feel like this guy have a very epic... I got a Star Wars vibe from the Ivory King, for sure. It immediately reminded me of Anakin. Because of the whole area and everything. And like it's like one of the epic fight between good and evil type of thing. It took me several days on my first only run. This only run? Jesus. He's not an easy one. Not at all. Like I said, he got the ultimate villain vibe in terms of like the boss fight. Vroom. Vroom. This guy have a very tanky character. I remember this guy. When I fight Ivory King, I think he 2-hit me or 3 hits or some shit like that. It's a very... Oh! Yeah, he doesn't even die. And then there's a second phase. All that shit. was a very final boss of DS2 if you think about it. True. True. Technically speaking. I mean, true. But I'm gonna be honest, the way they designed the level for this boss is very epic. I love it. When you discover this boss fight for the first time, it's like you know you're into some good shit. Alright. Ivory King. Ivory King. I love the design so much. The fight, hard as shit. Took me couple. I'm gonna be honest. I'm really bad at it. It's really hard. But I fucking love it. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna put him on A. Not the best one, but definitely one of the most enjoyable boss fight to discover in the game. That's the first A. Goddamn. Okay. Booty of the Valley. What the fuck? She's my favorite because musician can beat her with eyes closed. What the fuck? Oh, Dancer of the Boreal Valley. All right, we'll get into that one. We'll get into that one. All right, Capra Demon. I mean, I would say Capra Demon is like one of that boss fight where, if you're new, if you play Dark Souls 1 for the first time, you will struggle. You will be like, what the fuck is going on here? DS1 Margja? I mean, do I want to classify him as Margit? Like, once you figure this guy out, he's not hard. But if you fight him for the first time, it's really annoying. This fight is really annoying. Until you figure out how to beat him. This boss is totally rushed out, true. It's very awkward. Like, what is going on with the fucking area? And why is there two dogs there? What the fuck is going on? And then later on you just know that this guy is just like some normal mobs later on in the game. It's a very meh fight. But because of the area, it's really hard for a first timer. Like very cramped and all that shit. Yeah, this guy, this fight, I don't even know, man. I mean, it's an introduction to the area before you go down into the, I forget the name of the area where you find a lot of these guys. But I don't know. It's very unpolished. F? I guess F. I don't know. It's not even, I feel like it's a meme at this point to know about this guy because, you know, a lot of people are just gonna be like, yo, how the fuck do you beat this guy? It's like fucking Capra Demon. The area is so shit. How do you kill the dog? What the fuck? Like, it's a meme. It's a meme. This fucking guy. I don't know. Alright. Oh my god. I forgot this guy's a boss. Ceaseless Discharge. I forgot this guy's a boss. I mean, I think that's too harsh. You know what, chat? I'm gonna put him on E just because everyone talks about him. Alright? Everyone talks about this guy, especially if you're a first timer. Let's not be too harsh here. Okay, this Ceaseless Discharge. I don't know. I don't even know how to rate him. It's one of those puzzle boss fight, like earlier, like the ancient no, not ancient dragon, the wyvern. Because there are two ways to defeat him. One is this very painful process of, well, this, and you can actually one-shot him. But if, yeah, like Kay said, if you're a first-timer, you're just gonna be like, how the fuck do you kill this guy? It's impossible, type of shit. Until you figured out that there's a way to one-shot him. So, because there's like that puzzle factor to it, it's kind of an interesting boss fight. You did the fucking pose. I love that. I love that emote. I don't know. I don't know how to rate this guy though. Definitely not the worst. The design is alright. Yeah, I think this guy just gonna kill him in this way. I don't know where to put him. Because there's that very satisfying, like once you've figured out how to kill him properly, or like not properly, but like, you know, apparently you can like one shot him kind of thing. There's like an aha moment. That's like, I feel like that should be counted into the, you know, rating this boss. So I feel like I'm gonna put him on I think D, in terms of like, I wouldn't put him on the same level as Asylum Demon. You know, this guy's iconic as fuck. It's just very awkward boss to talk about. Like, no one really talk about, like, no one who played Dark Souls 1 is like, oh yeah, I remember that ceaseless discharge. It's like one of my favorite boss fight. Like, no one, don't talk about it. You know what I mean? But everyone, yeah. Moving on. Okay. Centipede Demon. This one, I think it's pretty iconic. I think this one's pretty iconic. Let's be honest. This one's pretty iconic. LDL and D, you're so nice. I mean, you know. Oh, this cutscene's so iconic, dude. This is such a cool cutscene. Look at how fucking creepy it looks. The lava camper. I love this the design of this boss. Definitely one of the memorable one. But it's annoying to fight him because he's, well, camping. The lava zone was so rushed. True. There's a little bit of, you can definitely see how rushed the lava part, especially the bigger part of it. I feel like the boss fight is very meh for this guy. But I mean, come on, the design, man. I always like the looks of this guy. It's so It's so creepy. But the boss fight is so annoying. It's a very like look at this. The dude just like facing the wall. Like your camera is constantly seeing his insides. It's a very awkward boss fight. Very sad. I honestly was very disappointed when I defeated him, because I thought there would be a way, maybe he would clear up some of the lava so it become a boss fight arena. No. It's just this. This is the fight. The only way you can, I think here's the thing. I think whoever designed this boss was expecting the player to already have the ring that allows you to walk on lava. I think they were like, oh, if you're gonna fight the centipede, you have to have the ring. No. It's not like that. Okay, dude, the looks, I gotta rate the looks though. I gotta rate the looks. It looks cool. It looks cool. Yeah, I was about to say, the fucking ring. you get the fucking ring from killing him. Oh my god! Like, it would be so much better if you can actually get the ring before the fight and make the fight actually, you know what I mean? Like, there's two ways to fight the boss. The dumb way, where you don't have the ring, so you're gonna fight in a very awkward way. And then the proper way, where you actually have to find the ring and then fight the boss. I feel like it should be that way, but no. They put the fucking ring as a drop by defeating the boss. But, again, I have to be fair here. The design is just so cool. I really like the looks. It's definitely iconic. Not really, I wouldn't say iconic. It's cool. Period. I'ma put him... E. Like I said, I mean... Ah, shit. I kind of want to put him on D, just because of the presentation of the boss. But you cannot really admire the presentation of the boss, because most of the time your camera just like inside the boss. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put him on D. I think like a low D. I wouldn't put him on the same level as Capra Demon. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna put him on D. It's like, I feel like D is like a place where like, it's meh. But it's not, it's okay. You know, it's like, whatever type of boss fight here. You know what I mean? Alright, moving on. Both have shit arenas. True. But at least it's not just some fucking Capra demon with two dogs. It's at least it's some unique guy. All right, I'm gonna put him on D for that. Okay. Oh, this one. PS3 Grave. What's her name again? The fucking Grave Robber and Shara. Okay, this one. I mean, do we even? I don't know. I don't even know how to rate this one. It's they're basically like, yo. Do you guys remember what's his name again in Dark Souls 1? The fucking stone armor guy. Like this boss fight, I don't even know if this is a boss fight. Havel, yeah. They're like, yo, what if we put Havel in a boss fight, right, and then put the other two soldier, and then that's the boss. Okay, and then what else? No, that's it. I feel like this boss fight is just like a very last second, just put it in there type of shit. I don't even know if this is a boss fight. You know what I mean? This is more of a like, I think this is more like they're trying to show you like what it feels like to be ganked in a PvP. I don't fucking know what's the purpose of this boss encounter. Just 3 NPC to give the boss HP bar. Basically. I don't know. I mean, it's cool. You see fucking Havel there. It's like, ooh, you know, very iconic NPC in Dark Souls 1. Then that's it. Yeah. Nah. I don't think it's a boss fight, man. I don't know. It's just some rough NPC PvP stuff. It's not Havel. Well, yeah. What I mean is that when you discovered this guys for the first time, it's like, whoa, is that Havel? Like, you know what I mean? Kind of thing. But it's not like, you know, it's a like Dark Souls 1 fans moment type of thing. Yeah, it's not even a boss fight, man. I don't even know. Ooh, okay, this one. This one's kinda. This is one of the let's combine two things into one boss fight. When I discovered this boss fight for the first time, I thought, like, wait, that was it? I don't know. It's, yeah. I think the area of the boss fight is more interesting than the boss fight itself. The path you go down? Yeah. I remember that. Like, some fucking parkour action. That's why until the fucking wolf come out. I mean, I don't know. This is not an interesting one. This is very okay. I feel like this is more of a just try to fit it into the lore of the DLC. Oh, the fucking music changes immediately as the wolf came out. The music's pretty nice though. It's so beautiful. Sif! I mean, who? Budget Artoria and Sif. Okay, that's too far. Come on, man. True though. Yeah, I mean, I kind of appreciate the Great Wolf in this one. Definitely the more interesting fight rather than fighting the Grave Tender. I would give them that. You know, and like you kind of throw back like remembering Sif, right? Oof. the phase 2. The wolf have such a cool moveset. True. Oh my god. I just feel like the Grave Tender shouldn't be there. In the first place. Boom. Yeah, I now I remember the phase 2 of this fight is so fucking cool. Especially the animation. Okay, I'ma put this guy. I just feel like the Grave Tender is so unnecessary. It's nothing epic. But I enjoyed the wolf. Very cool. But I don't think it's enough for me to put in the upper half of the area, obviously. Dude, these stacking. Okay, I'm gonna put, you know what? Aldia can eat my ass. I'm gonna put her in E. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna put in D. I think D is fine. C, I feel like C is a area where it should be a little bit more iconic, the fight kind of thing. Like a lot usually in C, I would put enemies that, like, some people will mention this boss kind of thing. Like, you know, Asylum Demon is iconic. It's nothing special, but it's like one of the introduction to Dark Souls 1 kind of thing. And the thing with Grave Tender Wolf is that in Dark Souls, considering this is a Dark Souls 3 boss fight, you already fought Sif. And after fighting Sif, you fight this wolf, it feels a little bit like asset flip. But that's like, you know, if I'm being harsh. Kind of thing. Well, everyone hates Aldia. I didn't play DS2. It's... Let me show you. Like, real quick. Let me just show you, like, real quick. Like, first couple seconds. Okay, she gonna talk shit. Bada bing, bada boom. Right? And she do this. Yeah, I don't know. Is she? It's just she, right? Aldia. I don't know. It's not even Gwyn. Look at this. Like, the fucking roots fucking disappeared. How the... What the fuck, man? They don't even bother getting rid of the... Boom. It vaporized. Boom. It appeared. Bed of Chaos V2. True. Like, if this were like some mid boss fight, right? Or some like meh boss fight, like, you know, somewhere in the middle of the game. Sure. This motherfucking final boss. Like, what even? Man. Like, the title of this character, Scholar of the First Sin, is literally in the title of the DLC. It's in the cover. In the fucking cover of the fucking Scholar of the First Sin. It's disappointing. Disappointing. Let's change the final boss if you have the full game with DLC. Well, true. But I feel like we need to rate it as its own thing. Yeah. It's, you know, it's, yeah. I guess we can say it's a Bed of Chaos V2, I guess. Cho, my boy. My boy. This dude. This big boy. My man Gundyr. Or Gundyr. I don't know how the fuck do you pronounce his name. This is is like roughly you can say it's like the Asylum Demon of Dark Souls 3. Right? Is the threshold of the tutorial. He got a cool fucking moveset though. Oh, this is the fucking second one! Okay. This is the second encounter. Okay. I don't remember. Does he have any difference? I guess he just have some extra moveset like that step. And he moves a little bit faster. Ooh, staggered. Definitely one of the hardest boss fight to deal with in the... Yeah, oh my fucking god, he just do a fucking Tekken combo. Whoom. This is kind of boss fight where if you messed up once, you messed up. I feel like this fight, the only reason the player is still alive is tanky shit, considering his HP bar and the armor and the weapon. It's a very strength build. But like if you fight him as a dex, he can beat the shit out of you in like 2 hits or 3 max. Oh, this guy doesn't give you breathing time. But he's really satisfying to beat. Honestly, I remember beating this guy for the first time. Feels so good. Feels so good. Because he's not some cheap boss. He's some like skill test, a test of skill type of boss. He's really fun. If you really care about like, you know, challenging boss. Champion Gundyr or Gundyr. Gundyr. I'ma put him. Ooh, this is definitely the upper class. Presentation is okay, right? The lore is interesting. Very sad lore. But we're rating the fight here. I'ma put him. I would put him. Do I want to put him on Ivory? I feel like it's nothing special in terms of like presentation, but it's definitely one of the skill testing boss, and I like those kind of boss. Yeah, we'll put him in A. We'll put him in A. Very satisfying. One of the most satisfying boss to beat. Okay, now it is time for some booba. Oh boy, Queelag. This this boss.
Pay very close attention when you first.
Ah, this is a guide. Okay, wait, hold up. Where's the boss? Wait, the channel doesn't upload this one. What's the name of the channel again earlier? Boss fight database. This dude doesn't upload this one for some reason. Okay, we'll just watch this one. Okay, it shows the cutscene. That's the most important part. The cutscene. Oh yes. Binoculars ready, chat? This is the part where if your mom or dad was around when you played this game on the fucking family room, and you're like, as a kid. Oh shit. I swear, Mom, this is an action RPG game, Mom. Oh, that AoE is so annoying. That AoE, the fucking big boom thingy, that's an annoying shit. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm pretty sure everyone struggled with that attack from her. Damn, this guy deals very little damage. I think this is the first boss in the game where it controls your position with the lava or the thingy thing. You know, it kind of makes you feels like, oh shit, what should I do? I should kill her faster before she surrounded me, type of thing. Very interesting design, for sure. Like, it's just a giant demonized spider, and then there's a lady on top, naked. Now the big question, would you rather her or Lolth? Lolth? What do you mean? I mean, this boss fight is... I would say it's more annoying rather than fun. Because... I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really enjoy her fight that much. It's just a lot of running around, attacking when she spewed the lava, and then run again. And then there's a very rare occasion of sword. Yeah. It's a running around boss fight. Booba at point though. True. It's from Forgotten Realms? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know about MTG. Hold up, let me look at it. Wait, does she have a second face? I don't remember. Is this the fight? Is this it? Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is a very exhausting boss fight. Like, you constantly have to run around. The lava is suffocating. It's, yeah. I mean... Best it is in the boss. Just get a blanket and we could hang out. Okay, dude. Okay, I'm gonna be fair here, alright? Presentation wise, one of the iconic. Everyone talk about her. Queelag this, Queelag that. Yo, did you see the booba, man? Oh my god, man. I have to wait for my mom to go away. And then I enter. Oh my god. Very iconic boss fight. The gameplay though, not so. I'm a just because it's iconic, I'm gonna put it in C. I'm gonna put it in C. I don't really enjoy the fight. I'm gonna be honest. It's very annoying rather than fun. I think it's fair to put it in C. Getting through Blighttown to see the booba is satisfying. You guys are fucking chill, chat, chill. Ayo, calm down. Nothing goes over Guinevere. Ooh, now that is another spectacle. Alright, Corrupted Monk. Ah, yes. Is Jix here? Jix is actually playing Sekiro right now. I managed to convince him to play Sekiro. This is probably the most annoying fight that you encountered in the game. Amazing chest ahead, iconic. This dude have a very delay-ish attacks in the game. Very annoying. But it was satisfying. Like this is one of the boss fight that gives you a satisfying feeling when you defeat them. Because it's really, really annoying to learn their moveset. Monka Jiga. This is the most annoying part. Oh, he figured it out immediately. Wow. Oh, he's using the firecracker to stun. Smart. Because this second phase is very annoying. Okay, this kind of makes the boss fight looks like a joke. But if you're learning this guy without a firecracker, this is actually a really annoying boss fight. This dude just find the cheese strategy. Yeah. Alright, that video doesn't justify the fight. True Corrupted Monk is basically the Gundyr of... Well, I wouldn't say that much. It's not as good as Gundyr, but it is one of the boss fight that makes you like, fuck! A little bit ragey in the game. Especially if you don't find the cheese method. This feel odd to me to put the DS boss in the same chart. Well, it's like it's more of a all from souls, bada bing bada boom. There's like Demon Souls and like Bloodborne. I mean, might as well. It's a different game, but you know, I might as well raid them as well. There's a lot of cheesing on that fight. It's a I mean, I'm gonna put it on D though. It is not iconic. It just a lot of people talk about this guy on the forum, or you know, between friends who play Sekiro. You just like, yo, how the fuck do you kill this fucking annoying fuck? Like that's usually the topic of the talk when people talk about Corrupted Monk. But yeah, it's a whatever boss. But everyone struggled with this guy for the first time. Covetous Demon. Oh, wait, why don't I remember this one? Covetous Demon. Dark Souls 2. Oh. Now I remember. Now I know why I don't remember this boss. Oh man. Yep. Look at this sad being. This is just a sad boss. It's just a sad boss fight. Look at that moves. Oh man. Wow, that's so hard to dodge. Look. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to comment about it. It's just a lump of meat in the way that you just gotta kill to progress. I'm sorry. Alright, moving on. Crystal Sage. Alright, we're getting into some of the interesting one. This dude, I mean, one of the early boss. Does this count as early? Crystal Sage is early, right? It's a unique boss. We can definitely say this dude, you cannot find this kind of fight anywhere. I wouldn't say is a hard boss. Same level as Abyss Watcher? Okay. It's one of those gimmicky boss fight a little bit, but not really. It's one of those puzzle boss fight, but also not really. Because the puzzle is just so easy, it's not even, I won't even call it a puzzle. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of them. Which one's the real one? I mean, you know. Yeah. It's a, you know, it's not covetous demon bad, right? I mean, it's a little bit forgettable. It's a little bit forgettable, boss. I'm gonna be honest. No one really talk about it. Yeah. It's a forgettable boss. It's whatever. I'm gonna put him in E. I feel like that's fair. Put lower than Aldia. I feel like the F part here is the one that's just like, why is this even a boss type of tier here? The F one. All right, Curse Rotted Greatwood. Which one is this again? I don't remember this one. Oh, okay. Why am I clicking on IGN? Gimmicky. Does this count as big gimmicky? I mean, interesting design for sure, right? It's like a bunch of fucking dudes everywhere, and then there's a giant tree where you have to hit their eggs in the crotch. It's an interesting design. Innocent S. It's a very, like, whenever I play Dark Souls 3 to make a character, or to just like play, you know, again for like second or third or fourth time. Like, I'm not really excited with this boss. Like, I just want to beat him as fast as I can and move on. Oh my god, the boss jiggles, man. What the fuck? It's just... The design decision in this boss fight is kind of questionable. We're lucky only have 2 balls. It's a questionable boss fight. But is it a fun boss fight? I don't think so. Like I said, I feel like it's one of those boss fights where you just wanna kill as fast as you can and just move on. You know what I mean? But it's not boring. Right? I feel like it's, yeah. The real meaning of CBT. Cock and bull torture. Yeah. This boss fight is just not fun. I mean... I am putting it on E. It's not F tier. Like, I can see it being a interesting design-wise, but it's just not a boss. It's not a fun boss fight to fight. It's a boss fight. Ooh. Alright, who mentioned the dancer earlier? This is the first boss fight that was revealed on the network test, right? This is the boss fight, the only boss fight that you fight in the network test? I forgot. I remember this boss fight being so iconic because of that. Oh, that's such a throwback. I remember being hyped for this game because of that boss fight. The moveset is so beautiful. It's so good. Presentation as well, really nice. Ooh, look at that. It's like Spawn. Oh, that booty though. Such a cool looking boss. I'm gonna be honest. It looks dope. Look at that. Oh my god. Like, it's so flow. It's like a wave. The way it moves. Woohoo! The booty. Oh my god. The second phase is the coolest part of this boss. I think this is the boss fight, the first boss fight that makes you think that, okay, Dark Souls 3 is different, you know? Like, there's some really cool boss fight in Dark Souls 1 and 2, but this is very different. Boom. I love how flowy the moveset is. It's so cool. The booty! You mean one could say she dances? Good one! What if the best thing about this boss is that you can start it earlier for speedrunning? True. True. I feel like this boss fight, even though it's not... He died. The booty died. Even though it's not the biggest, the most epic fight, it is definitely the good ones. I'm gonna put the dancer on B. Yeah, I think it's definitely B. I wouldn't put it on A. It's not the challenging, like, ooh, like, you know, it's not the boss fight that makes you really, really hyped up. But it's you know, Abyss Watcher tier or Aldrich. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. The Dark Lurker. This man. Woom. Woom. This guy got that straight up from Diablo. True. Tyrael. Not a lot of people talk about this guy. It is a very weird boss in the game because it seems so out of place. It just do a bunch of fucking magic tricks. It's like trying to show off with you. But the quest line, in order to get to this guy, is pretty interesting. I do have to say. Wait, why is his body just turned limp as you kill him? It's like ragdoll. I don't remember that. Okay. Dark Lurker, I mean, unique, that's for sure. A little bit out of place in the Dark Souls 2, you know, world. But it's a very interesting boss, but the fight is okay. As long as you can dodge everything just moves slow. The fight is okay, but it's pretty interesting boss. Dude, we stack in D too much. I think it's D. It's like high, mid D, low C. I'm gonna put it in C for now. Just because it's kinda unique. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't say it's like a fun boss fight. Oh, Mike, hold up. Alright, thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, my boy. We're talking about this now. Alright, alright. What is this fan art? We're talking about this. Okay, do you want to watch the remastered one? Alright, let's watch the remastered one. The Gwendolyn. I want a PV. Oh man.
The tomb of the great Lord Gwyn. Tarnished it shall not be by the feet of men. If thou art a true disciple of the dark sun, cast aside thine ire. Hear the voice of mine self, Gwendolyn. And
Even sounds, you know, even sound. I don't want to.
kneel before me. O disciple of the dark sun, thou hast journeyed far.
Alright.
Lords. What foolishness!
This is one of the
Why
interesting.
would a blade of the dark moon trespasseth upon the great Lord's tomb?
One of the interesting lore Gwendolyn
Mark the
have.
words of myself. Gwendolyn. Thou shalt not go unpunished.
Thou shalt not go unpunished. Okay, the fight is interesting. Whoom. It's very awkward. Kinda annoying. Ding. In the remastered, I feel like the game looks a little bit brighter than the original Dark Souls, right? I don't remember this area looks this bright. You know, I feel like with this boss fight, it's a very subpar boss fight, but the concept is definitely interesting. Oh, the moan. It is definitely an interesting concept, right? Dark Souls hit sound never cease to fucking. Oh. Hands up! There it is.
Oh, heretic, swathed in dark, an eternal curse upon thee.
Whoom. Where is it? Yeah, I mean, very meh fight once you figure it out, which is you probably can just if you're gonna die from Gwendolyn, you're probably just only gonna die like twice, 3 times max, because you know the magic kind of annoying to dodge sometimes. Shit. I mean, it's iconic though. I'ma put him on C. Memorable. Everyone kind of likes to talk about Gwendolyn. I wonder why. Moving on. Alright. Deacons of the Deep. Not best waifu boss though of DS1. Oh, for sure, for sure. Oh, this shit. I mean, what do I even say about this one? It's a lore. It's a lore boss fight. It's an obligatory, boring boss fight. It's not that bad. Instead of molesting kids, they just eat them. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. I mean, they definitely have a big role in the lore of the whole game, the Dark Souls 3 lore. It just, yeah, I feel like that's the only role that they have in this game, the lore. Other than that, the boss fight is just dumb. It's a dumb boss fight. They give the Pope hat insta as. Yeah, this one is whatever, dude. I mean, I'm gonna put it in. Kind of want to put it in F. It's like, why is it even a boss fight? Yeah, I'm gonna put it in F. I don't know. It's very eh. It's one of those boss fights. Just like, okay, I'm gonna do this really fast. Like, fuck, you know? Yeah, no one really talk about it either. They missed the chat. Okay, dude, Jesus Christ. All right, moving on. Demon Fire Sage. I mean, is basically the harder Asylum Demon. It's a copy paste. Oh. Nameless King 00, thank you for a follow. Nice name, by the way. Really nice name. It's a asset flip boss fight. Right? This guy is weak to fire. It's a thing that's in the way that you have to kill type of boss fight. Right? We can all agree on that. It's like one of those boss fights that like no one really talks about. It's there. You kill him real fast, move on. Like, Asylum Demon have a purpose. This guy... Centipedes Demon can stand on lava because he have the ring. I mean, technically not wrong. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, it's an asset flip in the mid game. Is weak to fire, the fucking Fire Sage Demon. It's like an unnecessarily, why is this a boss fight? I feel like it's different. I know this is basically Asylum Demon, but Asylum Demon with the positioning and, you know, the reason why he's there, it's there's a reason it's in C. Demon Fire Sage, why? Like, why even, you know, why? I don't get it. Oh. Oh, we're gonna talk about this guy, huh? This guy. Oh my god. Oh man. Flashback. Whoom. This. Oh man. I fucking love this boss fight. I think it took me literally 4 hours straight Oh, dude, I remember so epic learning this guy. It took me so long just to fight him, or just to kill him. And I think one of my most popular or like most known clip in the channel is this killing this guy, because it literally took me hours. And the lore, the story behind this boss is so good. It's a tragedy. It's a tragic story. Really, really sad. The design's so cool. It's such a fierce looking demon. Sekiro. Where's the big thing? Oh. Oh man. This rings back, dude. This kind of boss makes playing this game really worth it. Oh shit. It felt like a real DS boss in a game that was not DS. True. True. This game does not have a lot of huge boss, considering the lore. So once you get like a huge boss fight like this, especially with a really cool moveset, it feels so nice. Oh, the music as well. The boss wicket is not till yeah. The dodge where you have to grapple. Boom. It's so refreshing. The cyber boss is so refreshing. Oh, the music's so good. Wham! And then there's one more. Boom! Boom! Oh my god, dude. Oh, I want to fight this guy again. It's so fun. Alright, we're saying too much. TLDR, really fucking sick. You know what? S. This is my first S. This boss have a special place in my heart. Really iconic. I love everything about it. It's not perfect, but for me, right place, right time. It's just so good. It's just so good. Very memorable. If anyone talk about Sekiro, I always gotta mention this guy. If anyone already defeat the boss. Alright. Oh, okay. This one is an interesting one. Demon of Song, probably one of the interesting boss in Dark Souls 2. Considering you don't really get a lot of absurd looking boss in this game. Like this boss screams Dark Souls 1 when you play Dark Souls 2 for the first time. It's very absurd design. He's creepy as fuck. Exactly. I feel like this boss becomes a hot topic because of how interesting it is among many of the boss fights. It's not an epic boss fight, right? But you gotta appreciate the design that goes through this one. It's really creepy. It's like, what the fuck is going on? There's like a giant frog. There's a skeleton inside it. It opens it. Like, what the? It's so creepy. Iconic. I love it. The looks of it. The fight is okay. I'm gonna put it on C. I'm gonna put it on C. It's like one of the unique encounter in Dark Souls 2. Oh boy. Demon Prince in Dark Souls 3. This guy is a fuckface. Oh, we're doing the drop, the big drop, right? Classic. Epic, mega epic fight. Really annoying, but in a good way. So many things happening in this boss fight. Dude, the design is so cool as well. It's just gruesome. Hunk of meat. It's like something that belongs in Doom game. You know what I mean? It's so cool. Chat gargoyle? Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. God, I really love the design for this boss. It looks so cool. Whoever created this character. I want to know their artist name. This fight is so overwhelming. So many things happening. Oh man. Demon in pain. You know what place the arena is, right? Place? Not sure. To be fair, it's been a while since the last time I played the Ring City. And it was not the... I only have a one go in this DLC, unfortunately. I didn't redo it. I need to redo this area. This DLC. Some of the boss fights are actually really fun. Oh, it's Firelink Shrine? Okay, Ring City, I do not know the lore. I do not get into it. I only played this DLC once. And then that's it. I beat the DLC and then that's it. I need to revisit this. Wham. I just realized how the fucking HP bar is like more than half of the screen. It's almost as long as the boss. This character. It's a tanky priest. Holy shit. Huh, that's interesting. I need to go through this area. It's a Fireling Shrine. Tanky Deacon. Alright. This dude looks epic. Fight's fucking cool. It's a B. I would put it in B, for sure. The design is like one of the best in Dark Souls 3. Epic fight. I love it. The son of years in the future when there's nothing else and then ashes and demons and the world's collapsing. True, true. Check the second phase? There's a second phase? Oh yeah, the fucking... Spoiler. I forgot. There it is. Wham. Oh my fucking god. This guy's annoying to fight. Oh my god, now I remember. Very annoying to fight. Oh, it's so cool. God damn. Look, it's flexing while a bunch of fucking meteors going down. Blah. Holy shit. It's so epic. Okay, this might be an A. I forgot about the second phase. Yeah, I mean, it's an... I feel like, yeah, because of the second phase, I forgot about the fucking second phase. It's an A. I'm gonna give it an A. It's just so fucking epic. That's an epic fight. Really fucking cool. I love it. The lore of this guy. Okay, the Ring City lore, I actually have no idea. I need to revisit that game. Fuck, man. Shit, this is getting me so excited about Dark Souls again. Alright. Okay, we're going back to the Japan. This is one of the beautiful boss fight, I guess. I think this is optional boss, right? If I remember correctly. It's kind of hard to trigger this guy. It's a very specific quest. There was a demon that was gonna link the fire. Oh shit. Alright. This whole cutscene is fucking epic. Damn, Sekiro.
The divine realm.
Dude, I forgot he talks. I was muted, god damn it. Let's fast forward a little bit. Because this is just the intro, it's a very boring part. Alright, there we go. No, this is not Deacon. Just wait. Here it comes. So out of theme. Well, to be fair, it is like in the land of the, you know. I forget the lore for this one. Like it's not in the reality of the world. Boom. Oh my god. So fucking epic. Ooh. Ooh, that was a close one. So bad. This is one of the gimmicky boss fight where you can only beat him in a certain way. Wham! Oh, he got fucked. So bad. Actually die. Alright, dude. Boom. Dude, it looks so majestic, holy shit. Boom. Not a fan. It is one of those gimmicky boss fight, for sure. The only reason this boss is memorable for me is, well, the visuals. It's just, you know, you're literally fighting a fucking dragon. Mythical. Like the epic one. I feel like this boss fight is more of an presentation. I forget how it died. Okay, now I remember. Is this his first try? He's actually was like trying to figure out. Bam. Oh no, it's kind of awkward. Come on, man. You can actually like. Wait, what is that? I actually forgot the rest of the fight in this game and this boss fight. You're supposed to like parry him, right? I guess. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Oh, I was just using the lightning on this one. So awkward. Oh shit. I guess the fucking critical icons didn't show up on the first time. Memory. Okay, yeah. It's like he went into the consciousness of something, right? I forget how do you do this quest. It's like definitely out of touch, a little bit out of the main lore or main story. Epic. It's very visual, very beautiful, very pretty fight. It's not one of the most exciting one. I'ma put it on C. I feel like it's worth it up there. It's like, you know, it's memorable. Very pretty. Oh my god. Oh my god. I did not think we're gonna talk about this one. Oh man. I love this. I love this one. This is a very epic. God damn. Ooh. Damn. He just one-tapped Calamite. Or it would seems. That giant is so cool. It's so fucking cool. This fight, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like it's only epic because it's Calamite. Right? Oh my god. The fucking design of this dragon is also very edgy. I like it. Yeah, it's like very strong boss to fight. Look at this guys. It's just like very heavy. It's using Havel armor and shit. And it's still getting fucked up. Estus Flash 18. You have a heal moveset? Wham. Oh, my ear. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Wood face. This boss is so cool though. It's so edgy, I love it. I think this is like one of the hidden boss fight, right? Like I feel like the archer guy, like I don't even remember what you have to give him. in order for him to shoot the Calamite. Like, not a lot of people fight this one. Yo! What's up, Nameless King? Hell yeah. How you doing, man? Not too hidden? I guess so, yeah. Because I feel like a lot of people would just, once they get past the archer, like, most of the time people just thought you're gonna talk to him, buy some stuff, and then move on. Like, not a lot of people think that this is a possible boss fight. Meme ring. True. Yeah, I mean, I feel like he just have a very iconic design in the Dark Souls one. But the boss fight is just whatever. It's a lot of tanking. You do a shit ton of damage. That's the problem. Oh, that part is so annoying if you're late. So annoying. My ear again. Miyazaki, I swear to God. Yeah, Calamite. I'ma put it in D, I guess. It's not the most epic. Cool design. The fight is a little bit whatever, right? But it's, yeah. It looks cool. I don't know. Alright. Okay, this one this is a meme guy. This is a meme. This guy's not cheesing him, right? Oh yeah. Wait, 1 minute 54? Oh yeah, he's not cheesing him. This guy's a fucking... Jesus Christ. Yeah, you guys probably already know what where I'm gonna put him. I mean, I don't know, man. Why is this a boss fight? Why is this a boss fight? Like, it literally looks like some giant, you know, very tanky knight that you find in the middle of a level that, you know, gonna give you some trouble. And then they just put him in a circle and give him a shit ton of health and call it Dragon Rider. I don't know. And you can beat him in the most joking way possible. Dragon Rider cheese. This is like the most interesting boss that you can, like, this is probably the fastest boss fight you'll ever see in your life. So, like, in order to do this, you gotta actually trigger something outside of the boss fight before you get in order to do this thing. As you can see, like, there's a bunch of holes, and you just like. Yeah, let's replay in case you guys missed that. All right. Moving on. Dragon Slayer armor. What was it like? Nameless King Champion Gunder is worth it to fight. Hell yeah. Like, I mean, I put him there. Up there. Don't worry. We'll get to Nameless King. Don't worry. We'll get to you. Okay, this one... Orange Stain Wannabe. And this is definitely a little bit. This bot took a lot of beating. You gotta learn his moveset a little bit. You gotta die for a couple times because he hits hard and doesn't let you heal. But once you learn his moveset, it's almost like, why is he a boss type of guy? But not, you know, Dragon Knight tier. Or Dragon Slayer, or whatever the fuck is named, the other guy. They still have a pretty cool moveset here and there. Yeah, it's okay. Oh my god. Yeah. This dude's just really hard though to fight because he hits hard as shit. But also at the same time moves so fucking fast. Stanky against Magic, I have a bad time fighting him. They're more than the things that flying things to shoot you. Yeah, this guy, I mean, it's not F tier, right? But it's not D. I would put it in E. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, you know, I don't know. It's like whatever. Oh, okay. Getting into Elena. Squidward. This one... Oof. This one is just annoying. Squad Queen? Wait, what? This one is just annoying. RNG boss, yes, basically. It's really annoying. I don't know why they put that RNG part into the game. Let me guess, Skelly. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I mean... I don't know why they put that RNG part in the game. In the fight. It's very weird. And her moveset is meh. She's like the budget. What's her name again? The other one. Why is it that kill? Renala second phase also RNG, but not too bad. Yeah, Renala is different. Renala, I feel like the longer you fight her, the more annoying it gets. Type of thing. But this one is just... eh. Yeah. I mean... double scales, I know. Maybe that's why that's the recorded one. Elena! It's not F, I mean... I would put it in E. It's like whatever. It's eh. And the oranges just makes it a little bit slightly annoying. Okay, we're getting into the weird one here. The weird zone. The cutscene's pretty fucking funny though. I was actually laughing so hard when I discovered this boss for the first time. It was so weird. There's just something about this boss fight. It's another one of those gimmicky boss fight. Nyom. This dude is more... I don't know. He's a meme boss, I feel like. Oh, you gotta close the gate, right? And then you start fighting him. Yeah. Well, let's see the crash. Yeah, I mean, the concept is pretty cool, but I feel like they didn't. I guess I can say they didn't execute it pretty well. Get it? Because it's executioner. Alright, sorry. Bam! Yeah, this boss is like whatever. They reused the horse later 2 times. I don't even remember that. It's a very awkward. For the gimmick, I'ma put it because it's trying to be unique. It's a D. Yeah. It's like, ooh, you gotta figure something out in order to damage him. Wow, how could it be? Then once you figure it out, it's just like just like spam R1 type of thing. It's like whatever. Wait, flexile sent. Oh, this is the skeleton guy in the boat, right? Yeah. This dude is interesting. Definitely an interesting design. A little bit creepy. It's yeah, they did reuse this. Interesting design though. I do like the design a little bit. It's a little bit unsettling. What the fuck? Yeah, this shit is so weird. But it's really easy to fight. It's like mini boss rather than a boss. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to rate this guy. It's so forgettable. Not really forgettable, but it's nothing epic. I'm gonna put him in not F, at least E, I think. I don't think it's supposed to be an B. Nah, yeah. It's too forgettable. Yeah. Alright. Oh, alright. I think this is the first... Oh no, this is not the first one. What is it called? Holding. It is one of those gimmicky one. Very heavily gimmicky. What is this? What is that there? What is that? Club. What is this here? Okay, there we go. Ooh, spooky. I remember this boss fight is just like, what the fuck? This is a fight? I mean, it's not really a fight.
3 monkeys. One of the panels is empty.
I think it's more of a puzzle. Yeah, this is gonna be a while. Yeah, 12 minutes. You basically want to kill all the monkeys. And it's like a game of hide and seek. But the way you beat or kill each of the monkeys is different. So it's like a very puzzle-ish concept. It took me a while actually to figure this one out. Jesus Christ. Boom. That's one. Wait, there's already 2? Yeah, this is very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. This one's just weird. I feel like. I don't even consider this a boss fight. Like, this is it. It took 12 minutes to catch up. This one is just I mean, I don't think this should be even called a boss fight in the first place. Like, as a puzzle, this is an interesting one. A boss fight? Nah. I feel like this area alone, or this encounter, is just like From Software trying to showcase their first very agile game. Like, look, you can grapple hook, you can parkour, bada bing, bada boom. Like, they're trying to just showcase that thing. Oh! Tech with the rate! Welcome, welcome, Dong Slide, how you doing? Thank you for the rate. How's your stream? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's an F. I don't even know. I don't even know how to rate this. I feel like I shouldn't rate this in the first place. It's just so weird. You know what I mean? Ooh, we're getting to the good part. Quote unquote. Oh man, this one. This one is 4. This one is interesting. Boss fight. What the hell? This dude just like tanking everyone. Motherfucker actually just fucking tanking everything with Havel. Yeah, I know. Oh man. I didn't even bother to roll. I mean, this boss fight is very weird. It took a while to figure out how to beat him, at least for me. First encounter. It's very different from the rest of the boss. And if you don't kill every one of them fast enough, you're gonna get tanked. You're just gonna get gangbanged by 4 kings. 4. So it's more of a like if you cannot kill this guy, well, grind more, level up more type of thing. Yeah, it's a DPS check. Because you're just going against time with this guy.
4 kings are still weaker than your mom.
Hey, good one. God damn it. What's up, Onsen? How you doing? Grab. He's getting sucked. He got grabbed twice on the 1 HP. Are you kidding me, man? Jesus Christ. This boss fight is so jarring. Ah, 4 kings. Even tanked the grab twice, I know. 4 kings! Man, I mean, the concept of the boss is pretty interesting, like the way, like how you cannot just like go down there type of shit. Like you gotta figure him out a little bit. There's a little puzzle in there. Arena. Fuck you guys. There's a little puzzle thing that you gotta do in order to fight him. But the fight itself is a little bit meh. It's just like you just gotta damage fast. That's it. I'm gonna put this guy on D. I feel like design wise it's okay. Concept wise, pretty cool. But not, you know, Quilag cool. You know, no booba. Holy shit, dude. We got a lot. Well, we're not gonna do Bloodborne because I haven't beat that game. Dude, there's so many. Okay, Fume Knight. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna do the whole thing. I forget how fuck. There's so many of them. Oh, this one. You put him on ceaseless discharge. I mean, it's a boring fight, man. Okay, Fume Knight. Epic design. No, I mean, I wouldn't say epic. Dude looks fucking badass. It's a little interesting. Weapon of choice. And it's quite a challenging boss. It's not the hardest, but it's not the easiest either. It's like above medium. The sword, yeah, the sword is very, you know, yeah, it looks cool, to be fair. Everyone just wanted to wield that shit, especially if you're a strength. I think this is a skill check boss as well. Oh, I hate how fucking slow heal the Estus is in this game. Which part of a fume? Don't worry. You'll see. Boom. It is not an easy boss though. I did struggle with this guy quite a bit. There it is. Boom. Oh, this moveset is really annoying to learn. The problem with the second phase is that if you messed it up, you're done. Boom. Two-handing Gwyn moves, true. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Now I remember the struggles to fight this guy. You just gotta perfectly dodge everything, and then you're good. Is that Calamite ringing voice? You think it's the same? I mean, it's just very high-pitched sound thingy. It could be the same. From Software is known for reusing assets. Inchies? Yeah, true. You just keep canceling his animation. Yeah, I think it's the same sound. It might be. Yeah, I mean, nothing epic about this guy. It's a little bit hard. This sword's pretty cool, but it's like another knights with big swords that you have to fight in Dark Souls 2. You know? But it is definitely like one of the hardest one to fight. I'm gonna put him on C, just because it's a skill test to fight this guy. It is not easy. It is not an easy boss to fight, I would say. But yeah, it's worth it to beat him. It takes a lot of effort. DLC had nicest bosses. I feel like in the DLC for Dark Souls 2 especially, they kind of like take a lot of, like, you know, oh, a lot of people don't like this from the main game or that. We got to do something a little bit different. Like, they just learned a lot with the DLC. Because, you know, you see there's like a lot of very different from the base game. They just make it like kick it up a notch kind of thing. I wonder if I mean, I don't want to say it. I wonder if it's because Miyazaki finally have some spare time to manage Dark Souls 2. I don't know, dude. I'm kidding. Dark Souls 2 is okay. It's an okay one. They scale with your level, so it could be really dangerous. True. Is it gonna do shit? No, yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe because, you know, in the DLC, Miyazaki got some time with the DLC, not the main game, but the DLC. Maybe it has something to do with that. I doubt it though. They probably just like learn a lot from the main game, and they're like, okay, a lot of people hate this. A lot of people found this boss boring. Let's do something else. Hell, let's put Aldia. Oh god. Okay. Ooh, gaping asshole. I mean, dragon. I mean, what is his name again? Oh my fucking god. This abomination, man. This abomination. Cool cutscene though. Very iconic cutscene. He's just like, ooh, a tiny crocodile, very cute. And then, wham. The frames! And then someone... Oh, look at that. And then someone in the fucking studio decided to name this fucking guy Gaping Dragon. My god. Oh my god, dude. I swear to god. From Software, man. Ah, shit. Love how they head bounces when you're hit it. Boom. This boss is not hard, but when you encounter him for the first time, it is a little bit weird. You're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? But once you figure out all of his moveset, it's just a bunch of swipes and a bunch of jumps. And a grab. I forgot about the grab. So it's not easy to look at this creature. There's something about it, just unsettling. Oh my god. The tail weapon is top tier. Wait, what does it drop? Does it turn into a what's it called? Like a pole weapon? I don't remember the weapon from this guy. STR sword? What is it called again? I forgot. Oh, I forgot this effect, the weapon at risk bullshit. Oh, great axe. Okay, that's why I never used it. I'm not a big fan of great axe type of weapon. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Design. Someone need to raise their salary. Whoever designed this guy, and give it name Gaping Dragon. Iconic, Mimi, I love it. The fight is okay, right? Once you figure him out, it's easy. This boss fight is just like very Mimi-ish. Do we need to start spreading it out? We're tanking this lower area. Holy shit. I'm gonna put it on C. Definitely one of the iconic. For sure. For sure. Yeah. Do I want to move anyone here? I don't think so. Yeah. Okay. Oh! Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh wait, no, not this one. It doesn't have the fucking thing for... Okay, I guess we're gonna go Shirako. This boss fight is fucking epic.
How is grandfather?
Ew, dubbing.
Lord Ishinis. It's a wonder he is still with us. A miracle.
If you gotta go through all this, it's gotta be 24 hours. This is fun. I kinda like it. A little bit nostalgic. We'll go a little bit more. Maybe I will start choosing instead of watching every single boss fight. Like if the boss already not interesting, we're just not gonna watch their fights. But
Accept me to your immortal oath.
we cannot skip this one.
I cannot do that, Lord Genichiro.
Ew, English voice act.
Your
Ew.
victory that day means nothing. He will risk his life to take me home. For he is my shinobi.
My lord, I have come for you.
Oh!
This will only take a moment.
I see. For as long as you are alive, the dragon's blood can never be mine.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I Impressive, Shinobi of the Divine Air. But you deserve better. Would you not answer to a different lord?
Heresy.
Heresy, you say?
I was
Fits for
muted.
the sake
Fuck
of
me.
preserving Ashina.
Thank you.
I will seize any manner of heretical strength. I will.
Oh shit, here it is.
Behold the lightning of Tomoe.
Yeah, he's such a Sasuke. Holy shit. Sasuke! Ping pong, pang ping ping pang, bam. Oh my god, I wanna redo this fight, just this fight. It's so fun. So bad. Bing bang, bing bang, bing 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 bing. I feel like I wanna act like I'm playing right now. I'm holding a controller right now. It's fun to go along with the thing. This dude dodged a lot. You actually can take advantage of his heavy attacks instead of dodging him too much. Oh, so epic. So epic. Genichiro Ashina. God damn. What was the cutscene for the rest of this? Oh, it's just like disappear bullshit.
You were victorious. I see.
Waifu!
Are you?
I mean you no harm. Shinobi of the divine Lord Genichiro. Is this the rejuvenating waters?
Ashina, this land is everything to me. For her sake, I will shed humanity itself.
Yeah, it's Sasuke. Look, that's Sharingan.
Resurrection.
Yes. Indeed. So.
So edgy. Good old Genichiro. Genichiro is a really fun fight. But it's not the most fun fight. I'm gonna put him in A. I feel like he's definitely one of the most satisfying boss to defeat. It's not the hardest, but it is definitely really, really satisfying to fight. Learning all the moveset and everything. Really, really fun. Skill check, true. It's like one of the hardest that you've encountered throughout the game up to his point. Really cool. God damn it! I closed it again. Oh, here's another gimmicky boss fight. Giant's Lord. Yeah, this is a gimmicky, right? Or is it not? I forgot how to defeat him. Oh no, it's not this one. I was thinking about Dark Souls 3. Sorry. I just fighting a giant. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing special about this. This is literally the whole fight. You fight him on his feet, he's gonna do smash. Yeah, I mean, I would put it. Yeah, is it F? I mean, yeah, I kind of think it's an F. It's like, why is it a boss type of thing? I don't know. I feel like it's not even feel like a boss. Dios Dorva, no damage run killer. I want Bloodborne on PC. I know, dude. I want it to, man. Someday, man. Someday. We keep hoping. We keep on hoping. But what's up? Solkuth and SX. Welcome. We're just doing all FromSoft Souls game bosses tier list maker. Because I'm bored. I want to look for a problem. So far, I think I got a pretty good take so far. I think you guys can agree. Yeah. Oh, one of my favorite. Nito. The Edgelord himself. I love his design. There's something about Nito. It's not an epic fight, but he is definitely he's doing his skill. I just love the vibe of this guy. Dude, why is the hub so fucking huge, by the way? Blam. Explosion! Yeah, I just really like his design. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it's a kind of a pretty epic character in the game. Not the most epic boss fight, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, there's not much to talk about Nito. I'm gonna be honest. Tier list wise though, listen. I gotta be fair. The fight is kind of boring. But I do like his design and the lore. I'm gonna put him on C. I think that's fair. I don't think I can put him on the same par as Boreal Valley. Booty Valley, sorry. Definitely not on par. Oh no. No. I forgot we gotta raid this. Oh my god. God damn. Dude, this fight feels different, man. Oh my god. Stop. Stop, man. Don't do this. Share a different tier for before and after DLC? I mean, it's not much different, is it? I think there's not much. Where's the sound effects? What is going on? I just realized. Oh, the sound is so... The video is bugged. Yeah, okay. To be fair, cool movesets. In Dark Souls 1, this is like one of the cool looking boss. Cool movesets and everything. It's a giant fucking dog. I mean, come on. It looks cool as shit as well. And it's Sif. Is it the most epic fight? Gameplay wise, not really. But it is definitely above average. The fucking sound is so bugged. No. Ah. Alright, the audio is just so bugged. Okay. It's gonna be a little bit, you know, interesting because I actually like this is like one of the coolest one in the game, especially with the sword. I feel like it's the dog with a sword on his mouth fighting you. There's just something about it. But it's not like insane gameplay wise. But because it's safe, I'm gonna put it at least B. At least B. At least B. I think that's fair. I think everyone can agree with that. Alright. Oh my fucking god. The guy that actually make raddtrap rage quit on stream. This fucking asshole.
Why, boy? Why can't you understand your father's will?
I fucking hate this guy.
Have you forgotten the Shinobi Code?
A code must be determined by the individual. This is what I've decided.
That's right.
Just as my master did.
Look at this fake ass bitch. Oh.
Seems you've grown. You've just a little. Have it your way. Young boy.
Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this. Give me your all.
I feel like this is actually one of the hardest boss fight in the game. It is basically Genichiro, but with a lot of delays and a lot of fucking non-sword stuff. Woo! Now this is the gate where the game starts. Look at this fake ass bitch. so annoying. You even have to use the firecrackers to beat him. Just gotta spam it. Bing. Woo! Damn, this dude's not bad. He dodged every single balls. Dude, this fight is so annoying. I'm even irritated just looking at his movesets right now. So much tricks under his sleeve. Alright. Skip. Oh.
You taught me well. That's my boy.
Owl. This guy, man. I fucking hate him with my guts. But he's definitely have one of the hardest. But not the most enjoyable. It's not as enjoyable as Genichiro. So I'm gonna put him in B. I feel like that is fair. Owl on B, Genichiro is on A. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh my fucking god. Oh boy. Oh boy. The fuck face. This is like one of the coolest boss in the game. Top Debater. I genuinely got fucking shocked when I discovered his second face for the first time. It genuinely shocked the shit out of me. Oh my fucking god. Fucking love it, dude. Fucking love it. Bam. You're like, hell yeah. We're out. GG. I was like, wait, where's my souls? Oh my fucking god. Fucking FromSoft. Whoever designed this guy is a fucking dickhead. I'm just gonna be honest here. It's a really cool design though. Very out of this, the whole fucking game tradition. Alright. This is a long fight. Skip to the finisher. Whoosh. There we go. Shinobi execution. Oh man. Guardian Ape. I mean, I'm gonna put him in A, I think. It's a close S. I feel like Genichiro is an I feel like Genichiro is kind of an S. I don't know. Shit. I feel like we need to put something in the S. He slammed and farted. He deserved an S. Okay, dude, calm down. All right, Chad. There's so many. Holy shit. We need to start skipping things instead of watching it. Guardian Dragon. I forgot which one is this. I mean, it's the cage one, right? Annoying, not that fun. It's the good old dragon, but in a cage. D. Gwen. I don't know. I feel like I figured out that you can just parry him all the time. That his fight became a little bit eh. But I feel like if you don't have to parry him all the time, his fight is actually kind of okay. But nothing amazing, I feel like. I feel like Gwen is a... I put him in B, sure. Somewhat an interesting one. Gyobu Oniwa? So have PvP match. Dude, I don't know if I'm gonna play games today. I'm gonna be honest, a little bit tired. That's why I'm just kind of enjoying rating this right now. Oh, this guy. Gyobu, interesting design. Got horse, slams a lot, like XQC. But it's in the end, it's just a horse ride. C. The fuck is this? Half-Light Spear? Why can I... Oh, this bitch. This edgelord. I mean, Half-Light is I don't know. This fight is okay, I feel like. You got some pretty cool concept, but in the end, it's a little bit fight, I feel like. I feel like Half-Light is somewhere around... I'm gonna put him in E, just because... I don't know, it's just so annoying with the network shit. Design's kinda I'm gonna be honest. Actual light... No, I'm not... I mean, we could give it a try, but I don't know. I'm not like energetic right now. I'm a little bit on the low side. We can give it a try though, if you guys want. Holy shit, there's so many. I actually didn't think I wouldn't be able to finish it. Dark Souls have a lot of boss. God damn. Can we like save this so we can continue this some other time? Log into save. I'm gonna just download it. There's too many, man. Too many. Dark Souls have a shit tons of boss. What the fuck? Alright. I don't know. Who else should I rate? Should I put up here? Ishin, fucking annoying, but pretty fucking epic. I'm gonna put him in. I wouldn't put him in S. It's not that satisfying to fight him, but it is definitely a test of skill. It's an A. Headless Ape, Iron Golem is a meme as well. It's a good meme. D. Udex Gundyr, good starting fight. This is the tutorial Udex. I'm gonna put him in C. Oh, this is the final boss. Oh, Ishinashina is okay. This one is like C. It's like whatever. The Sword Satan, the fucking Glock Satan. Headless Ape. Definitely cool, but not that cool. I mean, oh wait, is this the two? Wait, what? Oh wait, what? They rate the Guardian Ape and the Headless Ape differently? That's interesting. Okay. Lady Butterfly, cool fight, but not that epic. It gets repetitive for a while. B. Hellas is where there are two apes? Oh. Nah. Nah, fam. I don't like that one, I'm gonna be honest. Wolnir? Is this the one where it's just a giant skeleton? Hi, Lord Wolnir. Oh, yeah. Wolnir. Gimmicky boss. It's a little bit annoying to fight, but not that annoying. It's E. What am I saying? Artorias. Epic as fuck. Just straight up epicness. Just I might be a little bit biased. I would say it's an S. It's a little bit copium. I'm gonna put him in A. I would swap it with Ishin. I'm gonna be honest, the Sword Satan, this is a true test of skill. It took me fucking 3 days straight to figure him out. Yeah. And I put Artorias in A. Yeah. It is a very final boss, yeah. And it's also really, really challenging final boss. Like, it's really, 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 really annoying. Goddamn. Looking Glass Knight. I mean, I think this is why is it a boss fight? Yeah. Lost Sinner, kinda cool. I actually like some of their moveset. Pretty fucking sick. C. Lothric. I forgot the Lothric fight. Oh, this one. Eh. Oh, wait, Lothric, I think it's this one. Where he's just alone. Not, wait. It's like different. Oh, it's the second phase. Is it? No? It's the same, right? Same fight, right? It's like you killed the one at the behind. Is it? The one, and then he just like, you killed my bro. Oh, second phase is on this. Okay, it's okay. It's the other way around. I don't know why it's not that memorable for me. I mean, it was definitely a hard boss fight, but for some reason, it's not an epic fight. I can safely say that. But it's definitely a challenging one. I'm gonna put it C. I feel like right there in the middle. I think that's fair. Lut and Zolan, the king's pets. Why can I not remember this? Oh, fuck. I mean, this one, it's you know, it's basically Ava but twice at the same time. It's really annoying. It's like one of those controller smasher type of boss. Because they keep rushing at you, giving no fucking space. Yeah, it's super hard. It's just because they keep going at you. Doesn't give a single breathing room. I feel like making enemy the same exact enemy or like, you know, type, double them. It's not that cool-ish for me. I'm gonna put him in D. It's like, you know, it's whatever. Manus. Okay, Manus is epic. He's cool as shit. Cool design. I love some of the moveset. Really fucking edgy. I just love Manus. Manus is fun. I wouldn't put him in S because once you figure him out, he's quite easy. But the design of the fucking guy, holy shit, bro. So cool. So cool. It is definitely one of the hardest, yes. For sure, for sure. Super big attack, waves and everything. Really huge. Midir! I mean, this is like one of the famous boss, right? Absolute annoying to fight. It's another controller smasher. Literally annoying as fuckface. Absolute unit. S. Huh. Okay, I need to watch the gameplay for this guy. We need to rewatch a little bit. But I do remember I'm raging fighting this guy. Annoying ass bitch. Yeah, his stack is fuck. 500 damage. I think I beat him. I think I beat Midir with a. I forgot. I think I was using Blade Moon Katana. I forget what weapon that I was using. Oh my god, his moveset is so fucking massive. Yeah, I feel like Midir is a test of patience, endurance fight. It's more about how many times you can hit him and perfectly dodge every single chunky attacks that he does. Oh my god. Whoa. Because I feel like part of the difficulty that comes from this boss is because he's just super fucking tanky. It takes so long to fucking kill him that most of the time you're just getting too exhausted fighting him. Yeah, it's like a truck too. Oh my god. Ooh. This is giving me PTSD, dude. I am not fighting this guy a second time. I don't care, dude. I'd I don't want to fight this guy a second time, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it's a self-torture fighting them rather than fun. It is very rewarding once you kill him, but fuck me. It's a little bit like Ishin. I also don't want to fight Ishin a second time. Dude's fucking asshole. Why is he not doing the laser? Ah, I was about to say. So fucking cool. Holy. Oh my god, the damage he survived. That's bullshit. Yeah, okay, if you survive the laser, you're tanky as shit. Oh, thank you, Gara. So many bots today. One hit! Yeah, this guy's a test. This test of endurance. How long can you last? Oh man. Yeah. You know what? It really is a test of might. I'm gonna put him up there for sure. For sure. Moonlight butterfly. Moonlight butterfly. Like, Mytha, Baneful Queen. I mean, I feel like she's a little bit The only hardest part about Mytha is the poison. You're racing against the poison. Oh wait, Got you. Yeah. Moonlight Butterfly is so annoying. Mytha. And I mean, yeah. The whole Medusa concept is pretty cool, but it's okay. Whatever. Name okay. S. That's not. We don't even argue. This is literally the best one of the best fight in the fucking Soul series. I'm not even gonna argue. That guy is so satisfying to kill. So satisfying to defeat. Defeated my ass so many times. Exactly. I don't remember how long did it take for me to fucking beat him. Dude's fucking annoying. Okay, we need to. I cannot skip Nameless. We cannot skip Nameless. Let's all remember our PTSD, chat. PTSD strikes back. So fucking epic as well. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. It's easy if you build magic. Just watch your distance, just like keep spamming. Chwing, chwing. Bam. Even the first phase is so fucking hard. Dude, the dragon looks so fucking cool as well. The music of the boss is so good. I know. Zhong. Bam. Oh. Staggered. Camera. Nice timing. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. Dude, no way he survived that. Bullshit. He's like 5 HP. What the fuck? He survived 3 consecutive attacks from the fucking dragon. I died in 2, man. Damn. Oh, so fucking cool. Presentation also fucking 100%. so fucking cool. Alright, here comes the real deal. Yeah, is the tanking guy. RP walk. My man. Oh my god, I hate this moveset. Oh, okay, dude. This guy takes way too much damage. God damn. Bam. What the fuck? 3-time critical? Holy shit. That is disgusting. Dual mate? Yeah. It's a popular PvP weapon. Just to mash the button. Bang, 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 dang. Dude, the amount of delay Nameless King do is so fucking annoying. Wang. Wang. Oh my god, so fucking annoying. He literally tanked every single attack. Bro. What the fuck? I guess that's one way to defeat Nameless King. That's one way. Air of fire. Onion, bro. God, it's such a cool boss fight. I love everything about Nameless King. So good. There we go. That is why it is S tier. Goddamn. Goddamn. Nashandra. I feel like she's okay. I feel like Nashandra is like pretty cool concept, but not that challenging. Once you get to know her moveset, it's pretty okay. Osiris the Consume King? Which one is this? Is this a DLC one? Oh, this one. E, I think, yeah. It's like whatever. DS3, Old Demon King. Oh my god, this fucker. This guy, I mean, I put him in. He got some pretty cool moveset, but not cool. Yeah, I think C. It's pretty alright. Old Dragon Slayer in Dark Souls 2 is a copy paste of Ornstein. E. Old Iron King. Some knight became a boss. D. Ornstein and Smoke. S. Love it. Test of Might. So good. Iconic. Owl Father. Oh, it's the second fight. Owl. I feel like this one's a little bit easier than the mid fight Owl. I'm gonna put him in C. Alright. Pinwheel. Fucking meme. E. Pontiff Sullivan. I'm gonna put him in B. Pretty dope. I like the design. Not the hardest boss fight, but definitely the coolest boss fight out there. S. I mean, I won't put Pontiff in S. He's definitely really fucking cool. For sure. Okay, maybe Pontiff is definitely above Boreal Valley. Alright, I'm gonna put him in A tops. It is not an S in my book though. It's not an S. Prowling Magus and Congregation. I don't remember this. Pursuer. Annoying bitch ass. But really cool tests a fight. C. Royal Rat Authority. Why is this a boss? Actually, no. Royal is E. Royal Rat Vanguard is why is it a boss? Ruin Sentinel is a D. It's fine. Prowling Magus, I just remember what is this? Why is this a boss? Rat, one content has 2Y. Blythe went crazy. No! Not yet. Yeah, not yet. I did to figure that out still. But not yet. Don't worry about it. Are you playing it right now? I'm assuming you can still figure it out. Or something like that. Sanctuary Guardian? DS1 Sanctuary Guardian. Oh, this guy. Not the hardest, but pretty challenging. I'm gonna put him in D. Scorpionus, Nika, it's whatever. E. Seath the Scaleless, gimmicky-ish. Once you figure it out, he's actually okay. C. Slumbering Dragon, pretty cool. But I feel like there's so much better dragons up there. I'm gonna put him in D. Sir Alone, pretty cool fight. Really cool design. B. Sister Freed. I mean, she's not that cool. I mean, hold up. DS3 Sister Freed. I feel like she got pretty sick moveset. And she's kind of hot. I mean, come on. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna put her at B. I cannot put her on A. At least B. You still at it, man? I took a full on 3 hours nap. Well, good morning. Yeah, I just need to finish this. Skeleton Lord. Gale. quality content. Slave Knight Gale. Quality. Smelter Demon, copy paste. But it's pretty unique. D. Soul of Cinder, I like it. Pretty interesting fight. It's not an S, I don't think so. Like, it's not the hardest. I do like the concept. I feel like Soul of Cinder's B. A is like enjoyable fight. Post show. Stray Demon. Stray Demon's the second dungeon thingy. E. Taurus Demon, iconic, but it's easy to fight once you figure them out. C. Duduk Dear Freya. Freya. Hold up, I forgot Freya. Oh, this fucker. Yeah, I'm gonna put him in C. Creepy bitch ass motherfucker. But once you figure him out, it's not even hard. I can even put in D, I think. Yeah. The Last Giant in Dark Souls 2 have a very sad backstory. Wait, no. I think I mixed them up with Giant Lord. Okay, never mind. You know what? Yeah, why is it a boss? The Rotten, E. Throne Watcher? Oh, is this the annoying one? What? Oh, this one's annoying as fuck. This too. Throne Watcher, challenging. Kinda annoying. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of fighting two different enemies in one fight, kind of boss fight, because most of the time it's kind of a RNG. You're trying to figure out the thing. I don't like them. They're just annoying, to be fair. But yeah, I'm gonna put them in D. They're not useless though. You put ONS on S though. I feel like they're just iconic. I mean, you know. But I put Manus on A. The thing with Ornstein and Smoke is that it's not just two chill dude constantly trying to stab at you. They actually like have different moveset, like very different. So it makes the fight a little bit more, you know, dodge this one, attack the other one. While this two fuckers just like it's like constantly at your ass. It's a little bit different. True Corrupted Monk, test of skill. Wait.
Oh my fucking god, dude, I literally fell asleep and you're still doing it? Pepe meltdown.
Yes. Alright, I think that's a proper. Twin. Hey, we make one dumbass. Why don't we double them in one fight? And it's still an easy fight. Oh my god. I don't know. Dragon. Am I being too harsh here with Twin Dragon Riders? Because to be fair, you can struggle a little bit. But I swear I only died to them like once. No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Full Stod. I forgot this guy. Okay, this guy is fucking annoying. Really cool, by the way. I actually really love the armor design. Oh, dude, I love him. Fucking epic. Epic as shit. Yeah. DPS check, true. This definitely a test of skill. Dude, fucking... Yeah, he's gonna fuck you up if you don't kill him. If you don't kill him, you know, smart. I would put him... Is it an A, though? Where Dancer? Dancer in B. Don't worry. I feel like he deserves an A. Maybe, on par with Alone? Or Alone? Or is he better than Alone? I feel like it's a little bit on par. It's like different type. Like similar difficulty-wise, but like different style. Yeah. Vendrick, is this the dragging sword guy? Yeah, I mean, lore guy, not much to him. But you know, somewhat unique. But, it's whatever. Vort, Boreal Valley. Is the old king that is totally empty? Yeah, it's the one that drags his sword around, right? Yeah. I mean, okay, maybe, I mean, I think, somewhat unique, to be fair. It's not worse than Aldia. Alright, I gotta remember that. Aldia is an E. It's like the fucking borderline for the E. Aldia fucking bitch ass. Vort, he's cool. Not really hard to figure out. Cool concept. Not that challenging. Once you figure him out, but definitely a cool concept. I'll put him in C. Yorm, gimmicky boss. Fight is kind of eh. I mean, you kill him with the fucking giant sword. That's it. Very sad lore though. I gotta be honest. Kind of sad. Ooh, Priscilla. Interesting boss fight. Hiding in the bush, kind of bitch. I feel like she's... I'm gonna be honest. The only thing I remember about her is that she just disappeared a lot. They just like dodge every attack. I don't think she's special. I'm gonna put her as C. Cool design though. Waifu material. Oh wait, we're done. Hey! Alright. Demon Souls and BB, I'm not gonna rate it because I never really beat this game. Never played Demon Souls in my life. BB, I only put like 3 to 4 hours in. I think I only fight Gascoigne or the fuck Cleric Beast. That was the first boss, right? Yeah. Cleric Beast, pretty fun. Like entry guy, I remember, but it's a C. Very cool concept though, but you know, once you figure him out, he's okay. And I don't know which else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to guess with Bloodborne. Yeah, but I clearly remember Cleric Beast. That's the only thing that I'm gonna put. Priscilla C. Okay, Priscilla V. She's very fucking sick. It's just that the only thing I remember about her is that she just disappeared a lot, a little bit annoying, and I just like spam her as she show up, and then she disappear again, like, let me kill you, like type of thing. Oh yeah, if you're trying to cut her tail, it's a little bit harder. Yeah, I think B is fair. I think B is fair. Oh, we're done it. God damn, I actually done it. What the fuck? Actually done it. Jesus. Holy shit, brother. There you go. Not bad, not bad. Huh. I feel like this is a pretty good tier list. It's a little bit all over the place, but yeah, like I can definitely see myself changing a lot between B, C, and D. E and F, they deserve to be there. I'm gonna be honest. But like S is pretty good. A, Ivory King can go S, but it's not that hardcore, I feel like. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty good. Not bad. Holy fuck. Actually, how long did I spend time doing this? Holy shit, bro. Well, that's done and done. Recorded. Good shit, good shit. Alright. I feel like we should jump into Elden Ring a little bit. Are you guys still down for PvP? Holy fuck, what the fuck is this? Huh? Oh. Alright. Okay. Let's hang a little bit. Let's do a little fun session. Family session. Yay. In Elden Ring. PvP. Woo. I doubt it's gonna work though, but let's give it a try. I don't know. I think I did. The last time I played like high ping PvP was Dark Souls 1. Because all the PvPers that I know of are from like Europe and stuff like that. But other than that, it was pretty aight. Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, I just do what the game give me. You better trash Rat for us. Salka's definitely gotta trash me. Especially with my current build. My Twin Blade is so dog shit for PvP. But we'll give it a try. I'm not backing up. I will die with honor. and glory. Let me throw up my trash real quick. Second, chat. Be right back. Dora, Dora, Dora. Swiper, no swiping. Swiper, no swiping. Alright. I'm actually not gonna do any campaign today. Just gonna do a little PvP with the peeps in the chat. And that's it. So, if you guys wanna join this very scuffed, potential scuffed PvP content, use Trap House, all lowercase, in the group thing. How are we gonna do this? I haven't do this yet. Alright, let me TP to where in like where's a good PvP fight place? I feel like somewhere in Limgrave. Warmaster Shack? Stormhill? Tri-finger butthole. How are we gonna do this, chat? Anyone knows? What's a good spot? Fort height? Oh yeah, never mind. Let's not do it in open world. I forgot about that. What's a good PvP spot that have good? The problem is that I don't know how it works in the first place. Okay, this place is like 50 FPS. It's alright. There's gotta be a better spot though. Can you fight in... Oh, you guys probably haven't been there. Gotta be somewhere in the castle, I guess. Stormvale Castle spot. Let's try in... I don't know, Rampart Tower? Stormvale? What's the password? Trap House, all lowercase on the group one. Or multiplayer one? Which one do we do? Multiplayer, I guess? I actually don't know how this works. We're all just trying to figure it out, actually. Fitta helvete. Oh wait, never mind, I need that. Like this, Trap House. Okay, I can play a match with other players and send. Multiplayer does not play the invasion. Oh, never mind. Okay, it is multiplayer then. Multiplayer Trap House. I guess? Yeah, multiplayer password Trap House. Group password only works for summon signs, bloodstains, and all that. This is more of a journey, separated journey stuff. Alright, I guess put your summon sign around this area, the carpet area. See if I can find one. What of you guys? Oh! Jones. SX. Okay, I see you guys. Who the fuck is this? Alright. Wait, Bloodstain? Who's Jones? Or whatever the fuck. Why is your name censored? What is that? Oh ho. They censored HO? What the fuck? That's kind of interesting. Okay. Alright. Let's give it a try. First up, Jones. So what's the rule here? Anything goes? No healing, I guess? Or yes healing? Wah, wah. Where are you T-posing? Alright, anything goes. Wait, do we heal or not? No heal or not? Alright, no heal I guess. Alright, let's go. Alright, ready? Alright. Oh my god, dude, the fucking stutters. Ooh, there's music for PvP? Oh, you lucky. Oh! What? I go through you. What the fuck? That doesn't count. Oh, holy shit. You did so much damage. Not bad, young Padawan. Not bad. Holy shit. One of your hits just like hit like 1/3 of my HP. Not bad, young Padawan. Not bad. Jesus fucking Christ. You deal more damage than me. Alright, not bad, not bad. Alright, who's next? The latency is fucking bad. I went through you, dude. But it's doable. It's doable. Oh, not me. What are you doing here, huh? Dagger wielder bitch ass. Trying to backstab Black Mia? Alright, hold up. Let me... SX first, SX first. He was already queuing. Come at me, bitch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the lag is pretty bad. Obviously, especially if we're different region. Me and Aonami definitely gonna have the most balanced fight because okay. What the fuck? Alright, let's go. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, bro. Oh! Oh my god, the blood loss. What the fuck is that? You fucking 90% my blood loss in one hit. Jesus Christ. You seppuku motherfucker. Oh my god. Alright, GG. Jesus Christ. You edge boys, man. Fuck me. Alright. Kill him, not fuck him. Fuck. Alright, Aonamida. Alright, we're in the same country, motherfucker. There's no latency between us. Come at me, bitch. And I crashed. Great. Alright, give me 1 second. That's kinda awkward. Hold up, my shitty ass PC is struggling. Give me a sec. Well, that's kinda awkward. 1 second. Everyone take your wine and coffee, pass around. Hold up, rebooting. 1 second. It reminds me I gotta hurry and finish the damn game before they nerf bleeding. You bitches! How many of you guys are using the bleeding shit? Oh my god. Why are all of us so edgy? Holy shit. You gotta be it's so bad your game seppuku. Yeah, Essex bleed damage is insane. What the fuck was that? Literally one hit and it's like 90% blood loss. What the actual fuck? Okay. Swear to God, if I died because you killed me while I crashed, swear to God, man. You bitch ass. What the fuck? Okay. My bad, do it again. There you are. I did not meant to do that. Okay, I'm blue now. I'm blue da ba dee da ba da. Alright. Oh my god, fucking daggers. Alright, let's go. Okay, dude! Why are you all of you guys are doing blood shit? Yeah, bitch. That's right. Feel my wrath! Okay, motherfucker. Okay. What was that? What was that black ink shit? What does that do? I was so scared I just start spamming R1. Holy shit. I think I avoided death. The black fog is useless in the period. Oh my god, dude. Do you think if I get into the black fog, I'm gonna like, oh shit, where is our Namida? I didn't see him. Motherfucker. That's not how it works. Okay, is this one of you guys? Oh my god, this is pseudo. Jesus Christ, you look. Oh my god, brick hammer. Okay. The first strength build. You will do blood stuff too when you see the next twin blade you are getting. Monka Giga. I try not to. Cause it's broken as shit. Hello, sir. That's right, that's right. Okay. Anggar. I'm scared. I never fought anyone's strength. I swear to god, if this hammers bleed, I'm fucking done. Oh my god. No! Oh my god! Alright. Alright, alright. Alright, man. Okay. Oh, you fucker. What? Okay. Oh my god, dude. Oh! Oh my god, the delay is insane. I forget you're from Europe. Why did I even try? Why did I even try? Okay, dude. GG. God damn it, man. Why is it... Dude, what the fuck? I got bombed like 3 times in a row. God damn it. GG. Holy shit. Okay, man. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright, who's this? Oh, Johns! Alright, second time. Let's go. Oh my god. Monka Jiga. Yo, any of you guys who gotta do more blood stuff, take it easy, yeah? Especially you, Esek, I swear to god, man. That shit's fucking scary as shit. Oh my god. Oh, okay. My lady. Alright. I'm good. Okay! Hey, what's up? Hoo-yo! Oh, wait, what? Okay. Woohoo! Okay, bro. I forgot they can cancel their fucking shit. What? Okay. Ooh! How is that not a damage? GG. Holy shit. Okay, you just dabbed on me. What the fuck, man? He got a dab emote. Are you fucking kidding me? There's a dab emote in this game. Okay. Where do you find it? Let me know. It's GG, dude. Oh shit. Dude, I did a direct hit on the jumping attack. It's like deal 1 damage. This is fucking lazy. Oh my god. Alright, who's next? Anyone else? We can do a rematch as well. Like earlier. I don't mind. The dab emote's near some optional boss you can fight during Ronnie's questline. Ooh. I already finished it. Shit. Why has everyone died here? Nice Guts cosplay, dude. Damn. Sad. Alright. Stigma! Oh my god. Strength build scares me, dude. Monka Jiga. I like to join, but 600 pics too much. I know. We're chillin', don't worry about it. It's just some fun stuff. Like the fucking fight with Selka was dumb as shit, but I enjoyed that. That was fun. Look, JoJo pose. Bitch. Alright. Alright, let's go. Oh my god. Okay, he got blood grease. Okay. This is awkward. Oh! Sorry, blood loss. That's right. Bow to me. GG. That was a 1-1 then. That was a 1-1. Honestly, if Honestly, the only reason I was survived because I successfully dodged every attack. If he attacked me with that fucking bloody hammer, I don't know, man. I don't know. And my weapon is broken as shit. That bleeding effect is way too much. That's why this is not my PvP build, man. That bleeding, yeah, that bleed buildup is way too much. Give me a couple weeks after I beat this game. I'll build some cool PvP characters. We'll do like proper stuff again next time. What the fuck is their weapon? What is that? Oh fuck, it's a claw. Alright, man. Oh, okay! Fuck! Okay, that frostbite. That's an insta frostbite. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck was that? Okay. GG. Jesus Christ. We gotta get nerfed soon for sure. Yeah, for sure. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be gone soon. Yeah, I feel like any status in this game is broken, true. SX. Oh my god. L. I know, man. L. What's up, Nayu? How you doing? Hold up. Let me put up a song real quick. Custom song. One sec. Give me a sec. Oh my god, you got another... Wait! You got a cooler twin blade. The fuck? Was it curved? What the shit, bro? Okay, JoJo pose. Alright, give me a sec. One sec. Alright, let's go. You dare to fucking... Whoa, okay! Jesus, alright, Konoha, bullshit, alright, holy fuck. I was about to do my speech, man, alright, let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. This is so awkward. Okay, alright. I gotcha. It's so awkward when there's two same weapons fighting together. Because I know your moveset. Oh my god! Yeah, you deal no damage. Did you not upgrade that weapon? Oh my god. Yo, okay. Fucking... Jesus Christ. Oh my god. We keep guessing each other's move. Lord. What? How does that not register? Okay, bro. Alright. GG. The fact that he half HP me, that was actually scary. With a level 0 weapon. What the fuck, man? Alright, not bad, not bad. Yeah, if that weapon leveled up properly, that's definitely gonna be a death. What? Why do you look different? What the fuck? Oh my god. Alright. John's bringing different style this time. Oh my god. Fucking sorcerers, man. Alright. Oh! Okay, that's a lot of damage. Oh my god. Okay, dude. How much damage is that? Nani? Oh my fuck. This is like 70% of my HP in one hit. Jesus. Is that a Moonveil katana? God damn. I like the blue color. It's pretty. 65 intelligence. Oh my god. Alright, who's next? Let's do a couple more. Dum 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 dum. Dum dum dum. Still no friend. Oh my god. Oh, pain? Alright. Come on in, come on in. It's pretty warm in here. Oh, with some friends. I decided to sit. Never mind. What's the password? Trap House. TRAPHAUS. Like that. Alright, brother. SX. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing. Let me try a different style. Ooh, that was close. That big ass heads, holy shit. What is that? Oh my god. Alright. Oh my god. Hello. Alright. Spike fist. This is another bloodlust shit. Whoa! Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, bloodlust versus bloodlust. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh. Bloodlust. Ugh. Alright, GG. I got more range, to be fair. I applaud you for a fist weapon. That was sick. Holy shit, dude. Everyone's a bloodthirsty beast. I dare you to summon me? Okay, okay. Chill, chill. Alright. Which one is you? Stigma. Nayu is Nayu. Oh my god, I got a curved... You got a curved greatsword. Of course. Of course you got a curved greatsword. Hold up. Let me turn up the music a little bit. One sec. Jesus Christ, man. Calm down. Alright. Alright, let's go. How's this trap house? A. TRAPHAUS. Let's go. What? Alright, we're playing outside? GG. I was playing some cool ass music, just fucking jump off. Oh my god. How do I join? So you go to multiplayer, and you press triangle or Y, and a multiplayer password you put in trap house. Just like that. Under level. No worries, man. GG, GG. That was a quite spectacular performance, I gotta be honest with you. Alright, our Nami is back for more. This bitch ass. You understand? Wait, that's the wrong emote, you fuckface. It's Rapture, not Blue Ring. Okay. Alright, fair enough. Angar! Are you fucking... Okay, poison ass. Okay, dude! I'm coming for you. Whoa. Shit, animation too long. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, dude. Wait, that was a Scarlet Rod? Damn, okay. Fucking Scarlet. It's fucking spewing some Scarlet Rot at me. Motherfucker. Right. Just saw myself as a ghost. Wait, where are you at, Raku? Oh my god, John's is back with different outfit. John's, no. I beg mercy. Put my summon there? I don't see it. Alright, I'll check it out after this. Fight me like a man. I will. Oh! I see. Hold up, I don't have fist. Alright, I'm ready. The real fight starts here! Oh fuck! So much damage. Look. Okay, we barely deal any damage. It's gonna take years. Oh, wait, I got a better idea. Follow me. We fight like this. Who's doing? Oh, Jesus! What? Oh! Oh my god! Oh! You got disconnected? I knew it's gonna happen sooner or later. God damn it. Yeah, it bound to happen. Because of our connection. No! Sag. I know it's gonna happen. Because we took too long, man. Holy fuck. It was so dumb. Alright. Wait, did I just remove it? I'm dumb. Alright, there we go. Oh, pain! Welcome to the arena. I think this was my setup. Well, oh my fucking god, what the fuck is that? Oh, okay. Oh my god, 2 great sword? Are you fucking kidding me? I know that sword. I know the moveset of that sword! You are tanky motherfucker. Holy shit. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, he's using Blythe's sword. Okay, no heal. I forgot about that. Okay, let me heal once. Alright, there we go. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, okay. Alright. We got some sorceries in our hand. I'm dead. Holy shit. What? Oh my Jesus! One hit! 1/3 health! Oh my god, I gotta be very careful. It's like fighting a boss. No, no heal! We don't heal! We don't heal! Alright, alright. One more. Let's heal. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Dude, one hit is half HP. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck was that? Why do you deal so much damage? What the fuck? That actually felt like a boss fight. Oh my god. These strength builds are fucking scary. Average colossal sword enjoyer. True. Alright, who's next? Who's next? I kinda want to fight you again, Payne. That was fun. That was a fun build. It's fun. It's like fighting a boss. Nah, we're chillin', we're chillin'. I'm the boss, Giga Chad. What about a rematch, Payne? Since you know now. You can do it. Oh. Raku! Oh shit, fucking samurai. God damn. Katana build. Fucking Jojo. Alright. Let's go. I got it. Woo. Okay, what? Ow! We have the same. Oh, okay. What? Wait. The blood loss applies, but it doesn't take damage. Oh my god. Jeej. I forgot I have the fucking thing. GG, GG. Can you summon during PvP? You mean like co-op? I don't think so. If you mean like I summon one more time after I already summoned, no. You can already do 1v1. It'd be cool, but I think invade like red sign is only like a 1v1 thing. I don't know if you can do like a 2v1 or 2v2 type of thing. I doubt it. Yeah. Oh, summons? The thing is that you can only summon in a specific area. Like right now, I cannot even summon. Never test that out. That's a new feature in this game, so I don't even know if that's even possible. I don't see any signs. So you're TPing everyone. I was just hitting at the air, hopping for the best. I know. The fucking lag, dude. Oh. Where are you, Pain? We fight. I float. This pose is so weird in this armor. Raku, wait, where's Pain? Ah, there we go. Pull up. Look, I'm doing my nails. Manicure. Oh! Ooh, is that a fucking moonlight greatsword? Alright, let's go. Jesus fucking Christ! Okay, good start. Jesus, I barely damage you. Okay, we did the same shit. Wait! Why am I the one that takes damage? The fuck? Okay, bro. Okay, what? Jesus Christ. GG. Holy fuck. One hit is like half HP. Glam trap gotta look ready. Exactly, man. Exactly. Oh fuck. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. That was fun though. I think I grinded too much smithing stone. You definitely deal the most damage so far. That's actually crazy. Alright. Last fight. Last fight. Who's gonna be the final? All weapons are +9 for the somber. Oh Jesus! Oh yeah, I forgot that somber weapon. God damn it! God damn it! No more? Busa? Get it like one more. I'm leveling up this thing. Okay. I actually wanted to try this other weapon. Where is it? Probably for my next build though, because I'm just gonna commit with this twin blade to beat the game. Where is it? Eh? Oh, there it is. The wing sight. I wanna see. This weapon looks pretty fucking cool. And the moveset's pretty sexy. Boom. Boom. I can like do 180. Boom. Boom. Pretty dope. Alright. Stigma. Oh, is it Raku as well? Okay, last two fight. Dun 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 dun. What the fuck? What dropped off? Alright, my man. Let's fucking go. Yo! Oh my god, okay, strength weapon. What the fuck is that? Okay. Okay, bro. What the fuck is that move? Okay. Oh. Jeech. What the fuck is that moveset? Is that the brick hammer weapon art? What the fuck? I never seen that ever. Oh. You know what? You're actually flexing doing that. That was actually sick. I like that. Thank you. That was actually sick. I didn't know that's a thing in the game. I can do one less. Alright, after this. After Aku Pain, alright? Oh my god. That was hilarious. It's literally just like ground slam with your butt. What the fuck? What the hell is that weapon? Is that a glaive? Alright. Oh, I was lucky there. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Alright, bro. Jesus, the delay. Ow. Hoo-yo! Shit. Oh, I got lucky. GG. I landed it first. Dude, where did you guys get this cool looking weapons? I never seen that one. What is that? Is that like a Reaper? The weapon arts actually looks sick. damn. Alright, back to back, back to back. Up. With pain. Oh wait, that's SX! No, wait, where are you, Pain? I thought that was you. Alright, SX first, SX first. SX is back. Monka Jiga. No, I don't think you can do it in this game. The moment I summon someone, the rest of the thingy thing just disappeared. Like, all the summon signs. What the fuck? That is a long day. I'm a katana. God damn. Alright. Oh, we're doing this? We're doing my weapon arts, huh? I'm dead. Holy shit. We both do it! Oh, you lucky fuck! Ooh. 1 HP. 1 HP fight! Oh. Redo! You forgot. I'm an edgy motherfucker. My weapon art uses my own health. I killed myself there. Ugh. Oh, pain first, okay. Redo after this, SX. Dude, that was epic though. When both of us do the bloody slash, that was actually cool. God damn, that was a close match. That was a close match. Anticlimactic though. Holy fuck. That's funny. Ooh. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Oh my god. Jesus fuck. Oh my god, dude, the damage. No, I used my HP, I forgot. Oh my god. Essex, you make me want to actually do the fucking bloody slash. I've been holding it back. Alright, Essex, one more time. Redo. That was epic though. That was epic. GG. Where is your sign? Yeah, where is your sign? Yeah. You guys got a lot of fucking clip material today, huh? Holy shit. That's good, that's good. Alright, the last duel of the century. Edgy boy versus edgy boy. Okay, the summoning take longer than I thought. Give me a hug. Alright. Alright, Angar! Motherfucker. Dude, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it anymore. Just kidding! Okay. Holy shit. I need to stop doing this. I swear to God. GG. Oh my God. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. Holy shit. It's been a while. I'm glad the PvP in this game is pretty nice. That was pretty cool. You know what? It does kind of laggy. For sure. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, it's impossible if it's not laggy. But for what it is, you know, at least it was kind of okay. At least it was kind of like, you know, somewhat doable. So, yeah, it's kind of dope. It's kind of dope. Ah, shit. You know what? We should do this again some other time. But I'm gonna actually make a new character with like a proper PvP build. Cause this is like a pure PvE build. I don't like this build as a PvP, I'm gonna be honest. It's OP as fuck. The blood loss is just so fucking strong. So, yeah. Oh, you wanna go last one? Okay, okay. Last one. Alright. This guy actually fucking annoying. For what it is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It brings me back to the good old Dark Souls 1 PvP, where you gotta compensate for the fucking, you know, latency. So you gotta like predict the movement a little bit. Oh shit. Although probably the only suck things that gonna happen is that we're gonna get disconnected if we fight for too long. I feel like it's gonna be an inevitable, like me and Selkuth earlier with the fist fight. This is gonna happen for sure. Oh my god, you got a fucking mushroom build. Alright. Dude, you've been fucking going around the land collecting everything. Alright. Let's go! Oh my god, frames. What the fuck? How is that no damage? Ooh. Ooh. Whoa. That is a cool moveset though. What the fuck? It's like you're doing double spinny's thing. It's like dual twin blade. Oh god! No! Essex! You're enabling my fucking bloody slash! No, I cannot stop doing it! I've been holding it back the whole fucking PvP. I need to remove this when I'm PvPing. Holy shit. Yeah, I know it's broken. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was good shit though, that was good shit. What the fuck? But I feel like... Hold up, how much HP does it have? It's like 5%, right? Roughly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 6%-ish. 6, 7, roughly. Oh shit. Yeah, that move is like if you know you have 1 HP, you're dead. I keep forgetting it. That it uses HP. God damn it, man. Oh my god. Alright, GG people, GG all around people. Let's do it again sometime. It's actually fun. Kinda wanna do more. I fucked up. Yeah, that was definitely fun though. The latency, you know, it's part of the feature. Let's be honest. In Elden Ring or Souls game. At this point, I feel like it's kind of part of the feature. Kinda got used to it since I'm coming from Dark Souls 1. I actually never went to this area. Is there no way for me to like survive this drop? Never mind. Alright, 1 second. I saw something down there. Let me check that real quick. Hoo-yah! Dead end? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I still can kill them though. Are you kidding me, man? To jump off the other side and use the keys? Oh, the key! Okay, now I remember. I still have that key. How do I get there though? The same roof? Jump in between the roof you land and the roof with the hawk. Oh. This one? Oh, I see it. Wow. Are you kidding me? Oh. Oh, it's this. I saw something else there. Hold up. I wonder if I can hit that. I saw something else there. There's like a semi-tunnel. Let me get sure. Alright, dude. See ya. I actually should end in a bit. But let me just... Oh my god. Okay, I know I can get there. Let's try. I'm not gonna play tonight. That was it. I just hop on for a PvP. That was fun. That was worth it. That was fun, brother. Alright. Okay. Okay, I got a better idea. We use the tree. Watch this. I didn't roll. That was it. That was it. We got it. Good PvP. Claps all around for everyone who joined and witnessed the murderous. So many blood spilt for no fucking reason. Oh my. I'll come back with a ridiculous build. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Surprise me. Surprise me more. I like to see more of those ridiculous builds. Okay, how did I nailed it first try earlier? Alright, last time. No joke. Ooh my god. You didn't roll it? Wait, I didn't? Oh, I didn't. There we go. Thank you! Where does this lead to? Oh my god, what the fuck is this place? Ew, what the fuck is that? Squidward? Giant dad? Jesus Christ, this looks disgusting. Alright, let's kill this one. What is this? Abomination. Alright. Okay! Oh, it's this guy. I remember you. Oh my god, he moves a lot. Okay, bro. It becomes normal enemy? No, most of the dungeon boss fights or dungeon bosses, they have normal variants. Not all, but most. There's always a normal spawn variant of them. That was it. That was awkward. Okay. Oh, there's this place. Yeah, the only way for you to access it is to actually parkour. It's a very mini parkour, but it's a parkour. You go here, parkour a little bit here, and then roll over here. And there you go. Voila. Alright, chat. I think we're good to go. Here we comes again. Oh well, let me enable the music again. That was fun. That was fun. Hope you guys had some fun as well from that PvP shit. That was hilarious, not gonna lie. Should do more. I miss Dark Souls PvP. It's clunky as fuck, but it's so fucking hilarious. Oh my god. The good old Dark Souls Z. A good old Dark Souls. Okay, Chatterino. GG's all around people. Do you think they added an anti-cheat so you don't get your PC hacked? I mean, it's PC. Any anti-cheat is penetratable. So it's just bound to happen. But I feel like with an anti-cheat, it's gonna be less annoying. Considering Dark Souls 1 have 0 anti-cheat, so everyone just kind of like going crazy with them. You know what I mean? But yeah. Thank you guys all for watching, chat. It's been fun, it's been fun. It's an okay long stream, 6 hours. But that was a lot of fun. We did a Shmoy Dark Souls review rating tier list. That was kinda interesting. We kinda got some. Dude, that was actually big time. What the fuck? I think I did it for like 3 hours. Actually not bad. Actually not bad. Look at that. Jesus, man. If you want to sign any critics with this tier list, you can send in the gayben@valve.com. You can email me over there. I usually read most of the email that come to my mail. Yeah. If you want to raid Miss Fifi, we could. Wait, I've slept less than 3 hours then? Huh? Huh? What do you mean? What did I want to say? I forgot. Oh wait, hold up 1 second. Let me see. Alright. Alright, we're good, we're good. We're chilling. Long story short, I didn't sleep at night and your tier list made me pass out. I mean it is an extremely niche tier list, to be fair. Alright. You cannot judge me. I'm a Souls boy. Cannot judge me. Shut the fuck up. Also, one second. Since I see a lot of new peeps in the chat, right? And I see a lot of, you know, long coming backs, but, you know, I think you were missing some small icons on your username. You know what I mean? So, I'm just gonna, like, you know, it's been a while, it's been a while.
Raddtrap gifted a tier 1 sub to SXXS3.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Dude, the thing that everybody...
God damn it.
Onion ring! I got an onion ring!
Raddtrap gifted a tier 1 sub to RAQTW.
Dude, I wanna give more subs. Everyone is subbed in the chat. God damn it. Ah! Fuck! You guys. Oh well. Well, yeah. Whatever. There you go. A little, you know, I just want to see some more icons. Hell yeah. Gifting yourself? Hell yeah, yeah, I just did. You can't stop me. I want to see more, Red Trap H in the chat. That's why. And some Red Trap Schmo in other people's chat. Spam them. Or maybe Red Trap Fuck. Or something like that. Alright. I'm gonna end for real this time. Tomorrow is Saturday. Oh my god.
Sudo to gifted a tier 1 sub to Lelolbot. They have given 236 gift subs in the channel.
Lelolbot? Really? Really, dude? Forgot the MVP. Alright, man, alright. I know my place. Oh my god. Is Jig subbed? Jig subbed! Everyone is subbed, man. Fuck. There's too many nice people gifting subs in the chat. God damn it, you guys. Alright. Tomorrow is Saturday, right? Oh, let me actually check. Has anyone tried this game? Martha is Dead?
Thank you for existing, Mr. Trap and Chat. Love you all and don't forget to raid match.
Well, you gonna bail? Alright man, peace. Thanks for stopping by. I want to try this game, but I heard that it has some really bad performance issue. I wanted to try this game for Spoopy Saturday. But has anyone seen anyone play this game? Or have anyone in the chat played this game?
Is this a dream? Or is it not?
Okay, to be fair, probably the performance issue comes from a lot of people that doesn't have 3090. Jesus Christ, the graphics.
Tell me a dream, please.
I am in the woods near Nanny's house. I have the feeling that something bad is going to happen at any moment, so I look around with caution. I go to the lake and sit on the dock, dipping my feet in the water as always. It's the peak of winter and it's very cold. My feet begin to feel icy and weighty, getting heavier and heavier. I try to pull them out of the water, but I can't. The harder I try, the more they sink. The lake rises up to my knees and continues to get higher and higher. I try to hold on to the dock with all my strength, but my back is scratching against the wood. I have to give up. Now I'm underwater. I can see very little, but I can breathe. The water is warm, and I feel much better. However, in a short time, I realize I can no longer feel my feet. I look over to see my sister Martha, who is eating me. She's long dead and looks horrible. She's decayed. Her lips and ears are missing. Her dull eyes are absolutely.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I hear the sound of my bones crumbling without resistance against her teeth. She bites and swallows, bites and swallows, rising into my knees. I become increasingly nauseous to the point where I violently throw up. I'm surrounded by pieces of my own body, shreds of flesh, scraps of bone, all in a murky cloud that spreads out amongst the water. With each new wheeze, I'm so scared. What should I do?
Okay. What the fuck? Okay, now I can kind of see why the fucking performance issue was there. Holy graphic. I don't think we can run this. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think we can run this. I have to go. Thanks for stopping again. Alright, dude. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. What's the minimum? I mean, it did set recommended 1060, which is my GPU. Yeah. I mean, I could give it a try. If I cannot run it, I can refund it still. 16 gigs RAM. Well, recommended. I don't know why. I guess I just mean like minimum. I mean recommended 16 gigs, but it's not gonna use 16 gigs. They're like, you should at least have 16 gigs RAM available, type of thing. Hopefully. But yeah. Yeah, some people said needs to be optimized really bad. I have an amazing gaming rig and the frame drops as soon as you walk outside. That's kind of sketchy. I'll try it out. See what's up. If I can work it out, well, tomorrow this is gonna be the game. If not, I have a backup game anyway. I don't think there's a demo. I don't think there's a demo. I mean, could get a demo, you know what I mean? But it's too much hassle. I'll just buy it, try it off stream, give it a go. If it runs like bad, I'll just refund it. Bada bing, bada boom. The usual thing. We did play the demo, to be fair, like a couple months ago. It did runs pretty bad, but I was like, I mean, it was early access, and it just released like 24 February, which is like a couple weeks ago. So, you know, it may or may not be because of that. It may. We'll see. We'll see. I'll give it a try anyway. Anywho. Mada who. I don't think there's anything new. Survival Quest City? What the hell is this? This looks like scuffed Fall Guys.
Welcome to Survival Quiz City.
What the fuck is this?
Moving platforms, bombs, projectiles, and a ticking timer are just a few of the things that stand between contestants and the goal. Our competitors are chomping at the bit to start. Let's see how they handle the first quiz. Contestants must answer a series of multiple choice questions. It's a mad rush to get a spot on the answer platform.
Oh.
Too bad. Losers are dumped into the next gauntlet. But winners are loading up with arms and ammo. Dodge this. Trolling the goal like champions. He's going.
Interesting. It's like Fall Guys, but they have their own shit going on.
Everyone spins their coins between rounds. Speed sneakers are a must, but stamina and weapon boost are flying off the shelves. Think you have the smarter skills to compete? Survival Quiz City is looking for contestants. Not all winners are lucky.
That 80s anime
Pushing, kicking, and gazing into the void.
art
Sweat
style.
stains, slime stains,
What
fish
the hell?
cannon, trigger finger, exhaustion from piggyback, test anxiety, nightmares of flying cars, permanent polka dotting, overinflated ego from radical threats, and Slideberg. This is Survival Quiz City.
Interesting. Oh, Bandai Namco? Holy shit. Okay, this is big time. Oh no. Oh. Japanese Fall Guys with trivia weapons. Well, that's kind of sucks. Elix 2 is mostly positive. Beholder 3. What is this game? This game just keeps popping up in my recommended. Actually, I haven't checked it out. Heroes Hour. It's like a Age of Empire style, I'm assuming? RTS? Whoa! Wait a fucking minute. What the hell? Why does it look Yeah, I want to see some gameplay. This looks kind of dope. Like the war thingy thing is like a war simulation-ish. Huh? Heroes Hour gameplay. It immediately some of the gameplay reminded me of Age of Empires, but
What's up, guys?
it's not really.
Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games. On Steam, if stuff of that nature, you've got the Decay. The Decay is the Lich Army. They're basically a swarm
Oh
faction.
my
There's a lot of
god.
skeletons and undead and zombies and things of that nature. You've got the Pyre. That's literally the forces of hell. You've got hellhounds, you've got imps, you've got fire elementals, you've got demons.
Heroes of Might and Magic. Jesus Christ.
They're pretty cool, actually. They're
I thought my
probably
Age of Empire reference was
the
boomer
Lich
enough.
are the Lovecraftian faction.
Holy
They've
shit,
got
I
lots
remember.
of, like floating eyeballs and terrifying horrors from the depths and magic spells that turn your enemy shadows track. Every city does have a different graphic. It does have different building placements and also different buildings. Imps really suck. They're not. We're gonna get hit. We can click on this. It'll take you over to your character's equipment. You can find loot and artifacts all over the map. We've got our talent tree over here. We've started out with a spell called fire trapping. Fire trapping allows you to teleport an enemy unit to anywhere you want on the map and deal a bunch of damage to them in an AoE. We also started out with for what you want. I would
building
that
planner.
we build a flame lake so that we can get early access to archers.
Oh, okay, I see.
The hell pit gives us access to cute little dogs, canines, that breathe fire and do a ton of AoE damage. Allows us to get to a moderate difficulty.
There's like a small city or like base management thing going on.
Get it for right now because every single unit that you lose in combat is a unit that you can never replace. So let's move up here. We'll take this harpy fight and hopefully it works out okay. All right, so we're lined up and ready to fight. Let's see if these harpies will give us a break here. Harpies can be kind of difficult because they have an ability that drags your guys up into the air and drops them and basically kills them instantly. Just something to think about, but we do have a lot of ranged units, so we should be able to make this work. You'll see everybody unfold and go fight inside these little nooks and crannies. Hopefully the Kappa demons and the range that we have will make this ultimately work.
This looks kind of fun.
We do have spells that will fortify us a little bit, and I would recommend doing that just to give us a little bit more HP and possibly soak an extra hit where we wouldn't normally survive.
You can actually see the fights on vaults.
We lost about 8 or 9 of our imps. It's not the best fight, but it is a fight. We lost 2 Kappa demons, which I think are like the 2 bigger losses there. I will probably go for, we've got creation. We can make some elemental creatures for our army. Okay, and that actually benefits us because the more mana we spend, the more elementals we get. We can also get estates, which is going to allow us to get more gold per turn. We can get toxic.
There's so many things. It's not just war simulator. There's also like
we also got some
base management
and a treasure chest. We can get 3 mercury or 1,000 XP. I'm going to take the XP. And then on this turn, with the money that we just looted, we're going to build a new building, the Hell Pit. We're going to take...
Jesus.
We're going to take the dogs, I think. I like the AoE on the dog. It really helps out with, like, we're going to be fighting other armies.
Interesting.
That have mill units that have, like...
How much is this? $10. I'm kind of digging it. I kind of want to give it a try.
20 HP down there. That gives you gold and gives you AP. So I'll take that real fast. I can't grab that without getting into a fight. So I'm going to go over to the campfire over here, and I'm going to try to grab that. We have a moderate fight against...
Okay, enough watching. I might give this a try. Hold up. We may or may not gonna do some... a little bit of variety tomorrow. We may or may not. Oh, FAR is already out. Shit, I forgot about that. So many things to play. Risk of Rain, new character. I want to see. Ooh. Railgunner and Foyt Friend. New stages. Damn. It's like a sniper character. Interesting. It's on Xbox Game Pass? FAR? Well, that's an insta play then. Interesting. Will Cry Freedom. Oh, War Simulator. Oh my gosh, is there how many people playing? Oh fuck! I love this kind of game. It's like a war sandbox sim where you play as individual soldiers. It's like RP heaven. Oh damn. Oh shit. Oh shit. Dude. Too bad. Games like this doesn't really have a lot of player base. Saj. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, we got... There's not much new. As I thought. I don't think we're gonna get any more new, like, big releases anytime soon. Since Elden Ring just released. Like, a lot of big developers are just, like, holding back for a bit. So we got, like, a bunch of indie games, though. You know who doesn't have a lot of player base? 2042. Oh my god. Oh. 12%. My god. How does... Oh my god, dude. That is so absurd, though. I'm actually surprised this game still have 4-digit in the first place. Like, there are actually some people out there that's still playing this game right now. Damn. This abomination is why YouTube should have kept the dislike button. True. $90 I spent to play this garbage game have been better spent on drugs and hookers. Shit. Average 2040 to uninstaller. Oh man. Meanwhile, Elden Ring launched bigger than CP 2077 in UK and now has Steam's 7th highest peak concurrent player of all time. I thought it was like #1 at some point. Yeah, it's like #3 right now. Damn, Lost Ark still have a shit ton, huh? God damn. It's too bad that this game released like a couple weeks before Elden Ring. If not, I was actually interested to give it a try a little bit more. But all the interest is just gone since Elden Ring release. Saj. Saj, bruh. Saj. Damn, I have a lot of fucking on my wish list. Games that I don't even want to get. Heavenly Bodies! I forgot this game. Oh my god. It's already out. It's really a grindy game. You have to really enjoy the genre. True, true. Well, I did like give it, New World a couple of days back then. Well, I did actually play like almost a full month with my friends because everyone and my colleagues played as well. So I kind of played a little bit extended. But yeah, it is a little bit of it's a little bit of a meh. Not gonna lie. Especially with the early grinds. It's not like it's bad, but yeah, it's quite something. Alright, chat. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Why's my back hurting? Oh. Been sitting all day today, to be fair. I probably gotta lay down a little bit. Chat! Thank you guys all for watching. People. I'm gonna peace out here for today. It's been fun. What time is this? 2:50. Jesus Christ. Tomorrow, like I said, I'm gonna give it a try first off stream. We may or may not.
Rat, thank you for getting watched and wrecked.
Thank you. Thank you for watching me and get wrecked. Likewise. Like I said earlier, I'm interested to give Martha is Dead a try. I was really excited about the game. So I'll make sure that I can run the game off stream first. Okay. If I can, we'll do that. If not, we're probably gonna do a little bit of variety. We'll do a little bit of variety. There's some games that I've been wanting to try, so I think we can give those game a try. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So expect some variety, a little bit of variety tomorrow before Elden Ring. Okay. It's time to take it a little bit, a little variety back into the stream. I think that's all. Alright. With that being said, if you're new here, don't forget to follow the channel if you haven't, obviously. Follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram and all that kind of stuff. Join the Discord if you want to hang out with the peeps off stream. Bada bing, bada boom. Variety art stream. I need to continue my Blythe drawing. I haven't finished that one. Yeah, probably we'll start with drawing as usual. We'll see. No promises. Alright. With that being said, people, once again, thank you guys all for chilling out in chat till the end of the stream. Appreciate much love. It's been fun. Even though we're kind of, don't really do a lot of variety stuff today. A little bit of tier list of Dark Souls game, and then some, to be fair, very entertaining PvP shenanigans. We should do that again. That was actually very fun, and I hope you guys had fun as well watching. Yeah. Pretty good. Good stream, everyone. Good stream. Thank you guys all for chilling out in chat. As usual, people. Where's the outro song? Wait, I forgot to add it. Fuck. Alright, whatever. Alright. Once again, with that being said, I'll see you guys on the next one. Or tomorrow. You guys take it easy. Much love. Take care. Drink a lot of water. Drink a lot of fucking, I don't know, eat veggies. Take care. Stay healthy. You know, all that kind of stuff. You do you, okay? Take it easy. Have a good one. Peace out. Bye-bye. Alright, you got a new peeps, huh? Miss Fifi. On Elden Ring? Okay. We can do that. Ooh, how sweet the sound. Let's go! Hey. Oh my god, I fucking love this song. Alright. Fine. Since I just, there's a lot of subs in the chat anyway. Let's rate Miss Fifi, since she's doing some Elden Ring as well. Where is she? Okay, she's like early in the game, so it's like minimum spoiler for most of you guys. You guys know how it is. If you guys are a sub, you spam the schmoll rate in their chat just like so. If you're not a sub, that is okay. You can spam whatever you want. The point is to share love to them, and you guys share love with me today in the chat. Alright? Yeah. Spam it. Let them know that this small rate is coming to town. Alright. With that being said, I'm gonna see you guys on the next one, which is tomorrow. Take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the day. And yeah, peace out. Bye-bye. Rate it. Spam it. Let's go.